Yes, I'm on.
Remind me after the meeting to tell you what Jeff had to say about you before you got on the 5 o'clock meeting.
Oh, I'll
Per-
tell him. I just said, "Where's Commissioner
Perfect.
Miller? Is he back from his stint on The Bachelor?"
Yes, yes, I am.
And it looks like and it appears that you won. So again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Nobody saw that coming, I'll tell you. I'm teasing you. We also talked about what a good sport you are.
You have to be with this group.
We are live on YouTube, and I'm getting UGTV scheduled and set up in just a moment. Can we do a start time of 6:03?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, we're live UGTV.
Okay, and have you given me back as the host? Okay, we'll find out.
I have now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay. All right, Jeff, I've got you taken care of.
Okay.
And Gunnar, you're taken care of. And we are now ready to go.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the December 14th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm the chairman of this evening's meeting. I want to make a few introductions before we start. On the Zoom call with us, we have Nathan Reasons, the vice chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Gunnar Hand, who's the director of land use and urban planning for the Unified Government. We also have Janet Parker, who you will hear from frequently this evening. She is the executive assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have the following members of the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning staff, Byron Toy and Shana Chanteau. Joining us shortly will be Patrick Waters with the Unified Government Legal Counsel, and we have the following Board of Zoning Appeals commissioners present this evening: Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauley, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner Joanne Huey, Commissioner Karen Jones, and Commissioner Mark Moeller. So with that, I will turn it over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, before I read the opening statement, we are switching over or upgrading the current system that we use for our applications. And there was a glitch in it last week because last week was when they were starting the updating. We had several applications that were pulled from the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so I was unable to send out notices. We did notify the applicants that they were not on the agenda. So we have 3 items on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda tonight. And I apologize if there's anyone on the meeting call for Board of Zoning Appeals and the application is not on there.
You want to go ahead and announce the 3 that are on there, so if they are not
Yes.
on the call, they could go ahead and drop off.
The 3 applications on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda are appeal number 2397 at 608 North 18th Street, appeal number 2405 at 2619 North 123rd Street, and appeal number 2406 at 701 Village West Parkway.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you. We would like to welcome those participating in the meeting tonight of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Due to the COVID-19, the members are participating remotely by Zoom. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, You must raise your hand feature and wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Board members, use the raise your hand feature to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. If you are having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, I would note that we have 9 members present at the meeting. It will take 5 votes in the affirmative to pass any motion.
All right, thank you.
Our first appeal is number 2397, Monsignor Stuart W. Swetland with Donnelly College for property at 608 North 18th Street. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Oh,
No.
Okay, Monsignor, I do not, I'm sorry, Christine Sutherland, are you representing Monsignor Swetland?
Yes, myself and Tom Coulter of MC Realty is also representing Monsignor Swetland.
Okay, is he on the call? Tom Coulter, I've got two, got him down twice, so I'll go ahead and allow both of them. There you go. Okay.
yeah, I'm on the call. I'm on my
Great.
phone and my computer just in case.
Okay, again, if you could just go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Sure, this is Christine Sutherland with Burns and McDonnell Engineering. My personal address is 3737 Wyoming, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111. And Tom?
Yes, I'm Tom Coulter, with MC Realty Group, 114 West 11th, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you.
Are we able to present our screen for the application?
Yes, I'm seeing a PowerPoint on here right now. Gunnar, is that yours or is that?
That's, Chairman, I promoted her to a panelist.
Okay, yes, you should be able to share your screen then.
Okay, thank you. 1 sec, I'm sharing. Host has disabled participant screen sharing.
I can get just a second here.
Okay, no problem.
Your time is up, Ms. Sutherland. We will now vote.
Oh, okay, I can't get back over to the panelist. Jeff, can you make her? Oh, here we go, maybe. Can you make her a co-host?
I don't think I have that ability.
My screen appears to be stuck.
Hang on just a minute. I do not have that ability. All I can do is spotlight her. I can dismiss her. Let me see if I can do it with. All I can do is promote Mr. Coulter to panelist.
Ms. Sutherland, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. I have a few slides that have some of your plans, but maybe not all
Here,
of them.
I got her.
Oh,
My
we
screen
got it.
my screen just unfroze.
All right, great. Thank you. Try again there.
Okay, so,
And thank you for bearing with us.
oh no, thank you. Technology. Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Not yet.
Share screen.
There we go. We're
Okay.
something's starting to happen. There we go.
Excellent. So a brief overview of our project. We're showing Bishop Ward here just for context. Our project is a campus master plan for Donnelly College. We are in the final phase of our master plan where we have constructed the academic building, and now we are taking down the hospital and creating a campus quad. Since our site is about 5 acres, we are asking a variance in the number of signs and then a type of sign. The first variance request is sign type 2 location pointed right here, and I have a photo. And the second request is sign type 4. Here is a photo of the academic building about a month ago when I had submitted the application. This is a site wall that has the same fenestration as the building. And in red is the approximate location we are asking for a variance. It is an incidental sign, and it's a digital sign at that location. We previously there was a illuminated sign at 18th and Taromey, a little further down right here, that has been taken down with the construction of a new academic building. But as you can see, we would be facing the Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church because our digital sign would be here. And the second request is just a quantity of monument signs. We're asking for an additional monument sign at this location. And the variance for a setback because we have existing utilities that are conflicting, and we're required to add shrubbery around those utilities to screen them to meet zoning. So those are the 2 variances we are requesting. Hopefully that was helpful.
It is. Can you explain a little bit more about the digital sign on such a busy roadway like that?
So the vision for the digital sign is to welcome students to the campus and also for recruiting. Obviously, recruitment and getting the school up to 400 students is the goal. So it's messaging people driving by and also letting people know that this is Donnelly College. And then incidental messages, but all specific to Donnelly College. Tom, I don't know if you have any additional information from Monsignor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. The sign that was previously at 18th and Taromey was used primarily to say now enrolling, welcome back students, messages like that. So that would be the goal of the new sign at 18th and Barnett, to have the same messages consistent with the timing of what's going on campus.
So can you explain the need, why it must be a digital sign versus something similar or more updated to what was there before?
What was there before, we believe, was a digital sign that stopped working a number of years ago. And so they started hanging banners on it, which is what is shown in the photograph right now. So it's just an easier way to deal with that timely messaging rather than having to make banners to keep updating what the message should be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And one
Go
more
ahead. Yes.
item. It's also about branding. Obviously, they spend a lot of money on this new building. I think the branding is having this first impression that it's a new building. It's a very low cost. It's a great college. And they really want people to feel proud of their building. Many universities and colleges have similar digital signs. So that was another reasoning behind it.
Okay, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Jones?
Yes, my question is whether or not the signage would have some public service-like information. Isn't there, I mean, whether it's time, temperature, other public service kinds of announcements beyond that?
Well, we haven't talked about that, and I don't know the technology limits of that kind of background information, but it will be a programmable sign. So that's how we'll get our messages up. I don't know how you can, I'm not sure how the background information could be presented, the kind of stuff that you just mentioned.
And also, I'm understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but the signage would be used to advertise Donnelly College and the value of higher education to the community. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, I got a question.
Commissioner Connolly?
Now, I see like that actual, I guess the red design on the wall, is that the actual size of the sign?
Yes, that's the approximate size of 104 square foot.
104 square foot? Okay. And now how bright are the lights going to be, you know?
So they're designed to meet, I believe there's an illumination requirement from the unified government, and in the staff report, they have directed us to turn them off between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And I don't believe Monsignor took any exceptions to that, Tom.
No, I think that's a fine condition.
That's what kind of condition?
They're okay with that condition.
That the sign is turned off from, what'd you say, Christine, 10 to 6?
Yes.
10 p.m. to 6 a.m. will be turned off.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jones?
My other question is, with what you said about the previous signage, is there any even though it wasn't working, is there any sort of grandfather type clause, and this may be more of a question for Gunnar, that we could take advantage of since they had a sign? I'm understanding it was digital, it just didn't work. I know there's a gap in time though between the old and the new.
Gunnar, that's probably a better question for you to answer.
No, there is not, is the answer.
All right, thank you. Other questions for the applicant before we open the public portion of the meeting? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically on your screen and I will call on you. I am not seeing anyone that wishes to speak, so I will close the public portion of the meeting and we'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I'm flipping through the presentation, which is a lot of the same stuff that the applicant just showed us. Again, this is for two variances as it relates to the Donnelly College academic building, sort of two sets of two. The first one, as mentioned before, was for a monument sign. It got pushed out of or into the required setback from the property line as per the sign code due to some screening of that BPU box right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, electric box right there that was also mentioned by the applicant. And then the other one obviously was for this incidental sign here. And so the variance that they're requesting is twofold. You can only have one monument sign for this project. They're requesting two and one that's within the required setback. Staff recommends approval of that sign, of that variance. And then the second variance is for this incidental sign to be larger than allowable incidental signs are, and for it to be digital. Incidental signs in the sign code are not allowed to be digital. It's a specific section in the code to do digital signs. So we're recommending denial of the second variance request.
Okay. Questions for Director?
Denial
Hand?
would mean they would have to do a smaller incidental sign that would just be static right there. It's not that they couldn't do signage right here. It just couldn't be digital and it couldn't be that big of a sign.
Okay, so it is permissible. It just could not be digital and it could not be as large as what's being requested this evening, correct?
If it were to meet code, yes.
All right. Questions for staff?
Gunnar, this is Karen Jones. What's the process behind the can't be digital sign?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up a little bit. Could you repeat
Yes.
that, Commissioner?
Certainly. What's the process behind it not being able to be a digital sign?
What is the thought process behind it not being able to be digital? I think is
For
what
that
she said.
code.
We're just having trouble hearing you, Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, I think I got it. So incidental signs are, a digital sign is a separate classification in the sign code, and a digital sign cannot be an incidental sign. This is technically an incidental sign because it's on the retaining wall. It could be a digital sign on like a monument, which is what they had before, but not in this situation. Where they're mounting it means it's an incidental sign, which means it cannot be a digital sign as per code. And I think for this one in particular, part of our recommendation is twofold. One, there's, again, we monitor the lumens of a digital sign here. Putting a sign here where it's not allowed digitally does mean that it will add light to the ambient air. So we're a little worried about, one, its conflict with the streetlights, two, distracting drivers, and potentially illumination across the street, not just for directly across the street to the church, but catty corner to the residential properties. And so that's all kind of within our staff report.
As far as, have we talked about other locations with the college and not having it adhered in that particular location?
This started as a sign permit, and we worked with them through their application and tried to get some things changed, and it landed, that back and forth landed at this variance because they wanted to keep moving forward.
So they could have a digital sign. It just could not be in this location because of the way it's being considered. So they could have a standalone sign that could be digital.
Yeah, it just can't be mounted to that retaining wall.
Okay.
It would be another monument sign, essentially, which is what
which is permissible with the variance. Would the second sign require a variance?
They would, well, again, they already have one monument sign, so they'd need a second. If they wanted to have a second monument sign that was digital, they would still need a variance for that second monument sign. It just wouldn't necessarily be for the digital component of it.
But digital wouldn't be a problem. So can we ask the petitioners about the possibility in their mind of alternate location? I still understand it had to be a variance, but did you all give that contemplation?
So go ahead, Ms. Sutherland.
Okay, thank you.
Did you understand the question?
Yes. So if it was a monument sign and it was separate from the wall, it sounds like it would be acceptable. We chose to not create another monument sign and just simply to attach it to the wall, and thought it would be less obtrusive attached to the retaining wall that has to be there already. Tom, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
No, I think that's exactly a summary of the discussion we had, that it's, as you said, less obtrusive to mount it to an existing retaining wall that's there already. Why add to the confusion of the corner by putting a monument sign on the little patch of ground between the retaining wall and the building?
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ernst.
Gunnar, correct me if I'm wrong, but if they were to move that off the wall and asked to put a sign in the same approximate location, you would probably still be because of the light, etc.
It would still be a concern, yes, but again, we have illumination there. They've already got one monument sign in their sign plan, so I think that's where they could get rid of all the monument signs and just have this be the one monument sign that's allowed, then they wouldn't need a variance, or they could switch around their current monument sign to this location if they really wanted to, and then still request a second monument sign for the other location at the opposite corner, farther down 18th Street if they wanted. So there's a lot of pushes and pulls here if you want to get into it. I think that we worked through some of that maybe not all of that with the applicant through this process, but they wanted to do this digital sign here for the reasons that they just described. I mean, it's why we have a variance process, right?
Thank you.
Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, I guess this is for the applicant. So y'all not willing to move the sign? You want to continue to leave it right there, even though the staff brings up some of the concerns and also based off our ordinance? Y'all still want to leave it there, or I guess, is it a cost reason, or why do you want to leave it there? This is for the
Right, this is for the petitioner. I think what she said before was they were wanting to put it in that existing location because they didn't want to create a second sign at a confusing intersection. Am I correct, Ms. Sutherland?
Yes, that is correct. And Tom, I believe you spoke with Monsignor. That was the discussion, is try to keep it as simple as possible.
So the preference from the petitioner is to mount it there. Is there flexibility on your end if that were to denied this evening in changing that? Would that be a follow-up question, Commissioner Connolly? That would.
Yeah, correct.
Tom, I'd have to defer to you on that one.
Yeah, I guess if the answer of the BZA is no, then we would prefer to have a continuance to continue to discuss with staff about the most practical location that for the UG and Donnelly, so that we can reach a compromise rather than just be rejected and move on.
Gunnar, would that have to be would that just be a new case, or would they have to start back over, or would a holdover or anything like that be an order on something like this to get something like that worked out?
We could continue and see what comes of the negotiation, and then they could potentially withdraw their variance if we got out of a variance through that course of action, or we could just revisit it with an amended. Again, we may have to renotice it depending on what it says, but I doubt it, just because it sounds like we're going from more to less intensive, maybe less amount of signs. So I think
so it could be an amended application, correct?
Yeah, we could amend
Possibly.
it. We could potentially withdraw it if we could work it out. The other situation is if you wanted to proceed with the vote, you do have 30 days to. The recourse is to take it to municipal court after the vote of the decision. So that's the other option, which is
we have a question for Commissioner Jones.
And mine was really almost more a comment, because that's what I was going to suggest, a continuance. And it does seem to me that the sign, I understand what you said, Gunnar, but it does seem like the sign on that retaining wall would be less obtrusive if Donnelly was able to deal with any illumination concerns. It really does seem like that'd be a better spot for it. And I don't know, I think it would benefit the community and interested students. So I'd like to see it continue and the dialogue, compromise be worked out.
I agree.
This is Gunnar, Director of Planning. I'm not 100% sure if we keep a digital sign anywhere on that retaining wall, our illumination issues are going to change. It's going to be the same. They're going to meet the requirements of the standard lumens, but it's still going to be either on that or this or on that corner near the traffic light.
Gunnar, let me ask you this. When we have illuminated signs at other locations in the city, is it just that it's further from the street? Is it a proximity situation difference?
Oh, it's kind of all over the place. Here, let me.
And I asked that because I know I've seen at other businesses, of course, albeit in different locations, but digital signage.
I mean, let me defer quickly to Byron Toy, who's seen more of these applications than I have. Byron, could you answer that last question? I'm just digging through the code right now.
Commissioner, could you rephrase the question?
I'm asking about the difference between the requirements that perhaps are not being met here by Donnelly versus other businesses in the city that have digital signage? Is it a proximity issue, or what's the difference with who has a digital sign, but this one not being permissible?
Right. So typically it's based on zoning district first. And that within the monument sign section of the code, or in some cases incidental signs, there's a table for each district that says what's permitted by right and what's not, what's prohibited. And if it says digital, then it's reviewed as a digital sign. For example, typically in commercial districts where you have no it's not prohibited. I mean, in C2, C3, which is typically where you see most of the digital signs out there for retail businesses specifically. But the one thing that is, I guess you could say, reviewed is obviously the size of it, but the lumens really is dictated based on what the applicant was initially saying that they have to look at. And then if there is a violation, as opposed to if we're driving down the street and our zoning enforcement officer sees it, they can cite them a violation for what is perceived to be violating the sign code related to the lumens that are kind of displayed from the property. But previously, prior to 2015, we didn't allow digital signs. They could just display time and temp. But now there is I think it's every 8 seconds is when a new sign or new content copy may be displayed, but it must last for 8 seconds.
If they dealt with the lumens issue, then possibly they might be in a better position for a variance. Am I hearing that, Byron?
We've had a couple instances in the past, KCC specifically being one of them, where they needed to reduce the size of their digital display on state. It wasn't so much what was a very tall sign was what's there now, but they wanted a larger display. And what our concern was at the time was that, I think this is back probably about 2017-ish, was that the display that they were showing was going to be just broadcasting light everywhere as you were driving west on State Avenue, coming up on College Parkway from the south to the north, that you'd be able to see it. So they actually had to reduce the square footage to really get within the parameters of what would be the sign area allowance, but the height was the issue. So that's how they worked around that. But that's really the one instance that I can remember vividly where we were dealing with a digital sign for a similar nature as far as a school.
But a different district with a different kind of, I guess, almost ordinance. So I'm back to the continuance. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before I go to Commissioner Ernst, I want to go back to the director real quick. I just want to clarify that it is okay for them to have a digital sign. It just cannot be at this location where they're asking for it. Is that correct, Gunnar? So this is not a discussion about whether or not they can or cannot have a illuminated digital sign. It's the location that they want to place it. Is that correct, Gunnar?
The fact that it's an incidental sign, yes.
Correct. All right. So I want to make sure we're not getting off topic and talking about the fact that they can't have a digital sign when they can. It just cannot be where they want to locate it. Commissioner Ernst.
I'm fairly old, and just to move things along, I've never told a priest no, asked for patience. I would be amenable to holding it over, but I think I have other people who'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Is there any other discussion or questions before I ask for a motion? And I am seeing none, so I will now ask for a motion.
I make a motion that this case be held over.
For how long?
30 days sufficient?
Motion is for a holdover for 30 days. Janet, what would be the next meeting date?
That's January 11th.
January
And
11th.
can I have the specific reason we're holding it over, please.
Additional discussion between planning and zoning and Donnelly College.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, second was made by Commissioner Connolly. Discussion on motion for holdover to January 11th for the applicant and the planning staff to get together to see if they can come up with a satisfactory resolution. Seeing none, a roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller, Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the January 11th meeting passes, 8 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Our next, oh, Mr. Chairman, did you want to make an announcement about the Planning Commission meeting? Because we're already late.
Yes, for those of you that are in the audience tonight that are waiting for the 6:30 Planning Commission, we're still on the Board of Zoning Appeals. Once we conclude with this meeting, we will take about a 5 to 7 minute recess, and then we will convene that meeting as soon as possible. So we have 2 more cases to hear. We'll take a brief recess and we'll convene the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we appreciate your patience.
Our next appeal is number 2405, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads for property at 2619 North 123rd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
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 Mr. McLaughlin, are you in the audience? If you would please, there you are. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Joe McLaughlin, 989 Lilac Lane, Liberty, Missouri. Our project is basically, it's a replat for a piece of property that's off of 123rd Street. The replat is to extend the property owner's rear property line east for approximately 100 feet, which the property was originally platted with a road frontage of, let me check this, 225 feet. The required road frontage is 300 feet, but the property owner doesn't really want to extend their property line north and south to achieve that. They only want to extend their property line to the east 100 feet, which also means that they fall short of the 5-acre requirement for their new lot. The proposed lot would have 1.29 acres as opposed to the 5 acres required, and that's why we're requesting the zoning amendment.
Questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came this evening to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. I'm not seeing anyone that wishes to speak, so I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, this BOZA case is tied to a final plat for West Edens that we will be hearing at the Planning Commission later this evening. In that replat, because it is a subdivision of land, these 2 codes as it relates to the subdivision of land apply. It's a little outside of, because this is an existing parcel, that they're essentially just adding 100 feet. Let me go back to the screen behind it. They're not extending it. But again, because this is an existing lot that's being replatted, it applies to the subdivision ordinance. Now, when the subdivision ordinance was written for properties along arterial roads like this, it was sort of envisioned that it would be a large subdivision. It wasn't envisioned that this would be the case. So again, here we are with the variance. We're looking for a size requirement. It is 3.71 acres off of being 5 acres and 75 feet off of the 300 feet required. Staff recommends approval for both.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Approved, subject to staff stipulations.
Motion to approve by
Second.
Commissioner Polly, seconded by Commissioner Muller. Any discussion on motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Commissioner Connolly,
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Commissioner Polly.
Aye.
Thank you.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our last appeal is number 2406, Mark Murdoch with Sullivan Palmer Architects for property at 701 Village West Parkway. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Hey, Mr. Murdoch. Could you raise your hand, please, so I could find you? There we go. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your request.
Good evening. My name is Mark Murdoch. I am with Sullivan Palmer Architects. My address is 8116 Mercer Street. It's Kansas City, Missouri. And a brief overview of our request for BZA is we are requesting a parking variance for a new accessory event venue at the Chateau Avalon, located at 701 North 701 Village West Parkway. And because of the proximity to neighboring properties within the Legends area, the parking agreement has exceeded the 100-foot limit within proximity of the property. Now, our client will be providing a shuttle service for the event guests to be picked up and dropped off at the designated parking areas in the parking agreement. And that's all I have.
Okay. Questions for the applicant? So I guess I just have one, and I guess it speaks to ADA. Do you have plenty of handicap parking, or will some people still have to be shuttled over to the event space?
Yes, there will be plenty of handicap parking on site at the Chateau Avalon, at the hotel itself. But we are provided with designated ADA parking spaces at these designated areas as well.
And how far is the designated parking area from the event space in the Chateau?
It's nearly 8,000 feet, 7,936 to be exact.
Okay.
And that's in violation of 7,836, of course.
Okay. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came this evening to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff for comments. Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is associated with special use permit 2020-100 that the Planning Commission will hear later tonight. As described, special events permit at the Chateau Avalon. Again, this is a pretty extensive distance past the 100 feet required. The intent of the code was to basically be like within walking distance. The applicant did mention that they're providing, the hotel will provide a shuttle service, We received very little details about that shuttle service, i.e. will the shuttles be ADA compliant? Where exactly are you going to be picking up at the Legends? Because it's a very large area with a lot of parking. Now there's plenty of parking in the Legends, surplus parking in the parking to allow for this. That's not the issue. And they have they'll have to get a parking agreement. I think they do, and they submitted it accordingly. But both with this case and the SUP, we applied conditions that asked for additional information about the route, the stops, the shuttles themselves, as well as potentially adding additional ADA parking temporarily on the site of the Chateau Avalon during special events. So with all of those conditions and some additional clarity from the client, we recommend approval.
Right.
Excuse me, the applicant, we recommend approval.
Questions for Director Hand, Commissioner Ernst?
I'll try to make this direct, and a simple yes or no answer is fine.
Okay.
By virtue of the fact that they have built a structure that requires additional parking spaces, have they not created their own hardship?
Yes.
Mr. Murdoch, we are correct that this was all built without permits and approvals. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Upon receiving shipment of said materials to build the event space, the accessory structure, our client was informed to erect it and make sure all the pieces were there so he can accept the warranty and such, which is the reason it was built in the first place without a permit. Otherwise, we would have, I think, he would have waited for a permit, obviously. So that's the reason it was built out of permit.
Just out of curiosity, was there any attempt to contact the Unified Government to find out if the way he was doing it was acceptable, or is this a one of those easier to beg for forgiveness than to ask for permission type of situations?
I believe so. I mean, we've been through several kind of back and forth applying for a permit and such, and with codes and such, and answering their comments and responding and back and forth, and it just didn't get done in time for this equipment to be erected and within a window of accepting the equipment for warranty.
I'm not sure your answer makes a whole lot of sense. At any
Sure.
point were you told that you did not have to have a permit and to?
No.
So they just continued on anyway. You gave me a really roundabout answer to a simple yes or no question.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I may, this is Director of Planning and Urban Design, Gunnar Hand. We had a development review committee meeting with the applicant this past summer where we were pretty clear about what was and was not required. Codes, having not heard anything for months, decided to do a site visit just to see how this power hookup as proposed at that DRC meeting that earlier in the summer went out to the site to see it and found that it was already built, at which time they issued a stop work order, notice of violation, and we moved forward with this permit process.
So if this were to be approved, they would have to go and pay for all the necessary permits, all of the types of things that they should have done if they'd have gone through the proper channels and the right process. Is that correct?
Building Inspections Department does have essentially a higher fee or a penalty fee, if you will, for a retroactive building permit, yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to, first of all, Commissioner Ernst, your hand is still up, so I don't know if your question got answered, then we'll go to Commissioner Connolly.
Well, technically it didn't, because we're not voting on the structure, and Gunnar can correct me. We're voting on the variance. And my point was the variance is created by a structure which may or may not be, should have gone there, but just the very fact that they now have a requirement was created, they created their own hardship, and that is one of the issues that precludes us from passing an issue. And so I was looking for some way around that, Gunnar. Or not.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. as I read it, they created their own hardship.
Thank you.
So but they would have had to come to
They
this
could have
body.
provided it on site. They could have provided it within 100 feet. Instead, they're shipping it off 7,000 feet, but it was all instigated by this building. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Connolly. Commissioner Connolly.
I said I was kind of going the same way as Jim, so I think my
Question's been answered. All right, thank you. Commissioner Reasons.
Yes, this one is to Gunner. Gunner, if they had gotten a permit to build this in the first place, would there not have had to been additional parking spaces added to the site in the first place?
Yes, there would have been.
Yes.
There are.
So then I guess my question is why are we addressing this to move a parking lot someplace else instead of saying, if you want to keep your building, either A, take it down, or B, add the parking lot per code?
Because they have the ability to ask for it to be farther than 100 feet.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Pauly.
Thanks.
I guess I'm just looking for some more clarification because I know that in the past, when people have a self-created hardship, as a board, we don't tend to want to work with them too much, especially in this instance when we know that they knew they were supposed to pull a permit. This was not a matter of not understanding what the process was. How, what is your expectation, Mr. Hand, as we move forward in the future? How do you want to handle these cases? Are they kind of penalized at the starting gate if they do this self-created hardship thing? Or I know with Mr. Richardson, it was pretty clear, you know, generally the way he looked at these cases and how he wanted them to be handled. And I guess I would like a little more clarification about what your thinking is when people come in and they clearly knew what they were supposed to do and then they didn't do it. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does.
Okay.
I think I do. I think when we worked with the applicant on this project, let's call them site constraints. There's an atmosphere at Chateau Avalon that basically grading out all those trees and building X number of parking spaces for this use would have compromised their aesthetic. Would have cost them a lot of money too, but you know, we decided on this case to work with them and try to work through some of these issues, both in the site design as well as this variance. So is it a self-imposed hardship? Yes. But again, I think that we can work through the case. I don't think I'm going to blanket recommend denial on all self-imposed hardships necessarily.
I appreciate what you're saying. I just have noticed that in the past, especially if it's like a small homeowner, we tend to be fairly harsh on them. And these are instances where you could really make the case that maybe these people don't know what the process is. So this is someone who clearly knew what they were supposed to do and clearly did not do what they were supposed to do. And I don't know where that error falls. I don't know if there was a problem with communication but there was an understanding of what needed to happen before the building went up. And I do understand that there was some timing issues that they were trying to address, but this is just, it's just a little different than what I've experienced or seen here before. And I'm just trying to wrap my mind around.
Right. Well, and I think this is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning again. I think the uniqueness here is that it's more of like a programmatic issue. And it's all about parking. It's not about like a building or a use or something like that, right? It's basically a parking lot. And we do have lots of surplus parking, not across the street so you could walk here, which is the intent of the off-street parking requirement, but enough to get a shuttle going back and forth, which isn't too far off from that intent either. It expands the distance because you're using a vehicle as opposed to walking. So in that sense, that's kind of what we were thinking of for this case in particular, that we could figure out a way to accommodate this additional use at Chateau Avalon through the use of existing parking. So I think that's where we're sort of, if you will, drawing that line, that we could figure out a variance around this parking requirement. It's harder to figure out variances when you're talking about what's required of a building or a setback or the use in particular. And this is not about any of those things. So maybe that's where I'm drawing the line.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Commissioner Jones, I have a Steve Beaumont in the audience. Mr. Beaumont, are you affiliated with the case, or are you a member of the public that wants to
He's the owner
speak?
of the hotel.
Okay. Mr. Beaumont, is there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, a bunch I want to add. First, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I want to make sure that the commissioners understand there was no intent to go around the permit process. That is certainly not what we set out to do, and you're correct. We do know what the permit process is. I originally made application and met with the DRC committee in August of 2019 about this structure. And you know, it was hard to explain to staff at that time that we were building such a unique structure, the first of its kind, was going to become the Midwest. And here it's basically a glorified tent, if you will, but fancier than anything anybody's ever put up here. From August to December of last year, we were working with a company out of New York to fabricate and design this orangery, is what it's called. And during that time, we talked off and on with the DRC and the planning group, but then it really kind of hit a fever pitch when in January, I found out that Leary Tint, which is the Brancato's family, their world headquarters for the Leary Tint is still over on Kansas Avenue. I found out that they could build and design this structure. And so I switched everything to keeping it local with those guys. And by January, so then I brought in Mark Murdick, who you see on here as our architect early in 2020 to try to get things going with Leary Tint. And Leary said, you know, really to get this thing in process and do all the things that they needed to do, they needed to really ramp up, and they wanted to be paid in January. Well, so that's what I had to do, was I said, go in January. If I'd have known in January that COVID was coming in March, in a million years, I wouldn't have bought this thing. You know, hotels are getting absolutely killed. Everybody in Village West is getting decimated by what's happening right now. And we're no different. But, you know, I had made my commitment. I invested in the project and in the region. I believe in Village West. And so I gave him the check. We went forward in January. As you know, historians will say, in March, all of a sudden the world changed, and staff went on hiatus or whatever, furloughs. And so communication slowed to a crawl between my architect and staff. That's nobody's fault at all. It just happens. And then late in the spring, Leary said, hey, this thing is done overseas. We've got to get it over here, you know. And there's only one guy that we're going to let install this thing or erect it. You know, it's a temporary structure. I can take it back down. And they wanted this one guy to do it. That's who Leary's guy was. And he was only open I think it was the first or second week of September. And this was way back in like May, right? And so we thought, based on the comments that we had from staff, we would long have everything ironed out before then. So in good faith, we told Leary, okay, go ahead. Then they end up, you know, fast forward, things drag and there's no finger pointing on this side. It just happens. And this guy from Vermont, his opening in September, and the product gets delivered to the project. It's sitting there in crates, but we can't tell we don't know if the glass is broken. We don't know if the glass fits. We don't know if the structures match up. Right? It's kind of like ordering something off of Amazon. You've only got so many days to find out if that thing that you bought is, you know, approved. And if it's not, then you got to pack it up and send it back to Amazon or, you know, its manufacturer. This is a very big version of that, but it's, you know, it's a Tinker Toy set that had to be checked to see if it fit. We did not put it up with the intent to occupy it or do anything of the sort. All we wanted to do was make sure we had all the pieces and that they fit so that we could, you know, tell Leary and their manufacturer, we're okay, it's good, we'll keep it. And, you know, then really at the end of August, Mr. Hand can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in the mid-August that we found out this parking thing might be a significant issue. And we were, you know, well down the road at that point. So, and I credit staff, they've worked with us to try to accelerate things since then. And we stopped, you know, when they said stop, we stopped, but we still have parts that we don't know if they fit or not. And that's understandable. But I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand we did not set out to do something without permission. We've been on the docket and we've been working diligently since August of 19 on an idea of bringing something beautiful here. The area hotels have all supported me. The number one thing we need is meeting and event space out in Village West. And I just decided to be the person out front to go and try to get it. And, you know, I'm doing my best to try to do something special out there, and certainly don't want to create havoc or, you know, be misperceived on how we're doing it. So I just wanted to get my response in there so you guys know the intent is never nefarious. It was just literally to put it together to see if all the parts are there.
Okay. All right. I appreciate those comments, and they may prove to be helpful here. Is there any other part of the component that was built that is permanent? Is there concrete decking or anything like that that's been poured, or are we just talking about a temporary structure that can be disassembled and there's nothing else that will be left behind when it's gone? Mr. Beaumont.
It can be a temporary structure. I can take the whole thing down. The preference would be to leave the skeleton up in the winter. It's beautiful.
No, I'm just saying, was there anything else besides, or is it built on a concrete deck? Is it built on anything else that was more permanent that was built in addition to this temporary structure you had to put together to see if you had all the pieces?
Yeah. The patio, there's a concrete patio there. That would be it.
So that was poured. That was also poured in advance.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll go to Commissioner Jones first.
So, Mr. Beaumont, thank you for that explanation. But so am I hearing, I just want to make sure I have this right. Even when there was an effort by the petitioner to make sure all the pieces were in the box, there was still no realization at that point that a building permit should have been secured. Is that right?
Is that a question for Mr. Beaumont?
Yes.
Mr. Beaumont?
Yeah, I have to defer to Mark on that because it's a temporary structure and not what I am used to as a building. So, you know, I'll defer to Mark if he can answer that for me.
I mean, yes. We were understanding that at least a building permit was needed to be acquired, and we were working to with the city and unified government to get that done.
So then so there still seems to be, I understand the plight, but there still seems to be some level of the petitioner having been remiss. And Gunnar, this part is for you and goes back to what Commissioner Pauly said in terms of the thought process for motivating people to avoid this situation going forward. If they get a permit in arrears, did I hear you say that there's a penalty attached to that to help dissuade this kind of thing from happening, or where are we?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Yes, there's basically a more expensive building permit fee when you're doing it retroactively.
At this point, they would still have to get it if they're going to leave it up and not take it down, correct?
It is one of the conditions of approval of the special use permit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the structure been secured to the concrete pad that I can make out on my photographs with any kind of mechanical fasteners?
Yes, I believe it has. Steve, I believe you had the fastener type. Should have been in the structural report as well.
Well, I think my question is more towards it, so it's a fairly permanent structure.
Yeah, I believe what Mr. Beaumont had said, that all the essentially the roof components and the walls can be disassembled and taken down and reassembled as needed. However, the skeleton, the frame itself remains, I believe, more of a permanent structure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Beaumont.
To answer that question, there's 100 and Mr. Hand, you can correct me, but it's 120 some page engineering report on it. There are 3 ways to anchor this structure down. This is a temporary structure that's built all over the world other than here. It can go in like a tent that you're used to, which has stakes driven into the ground. It can also go in like they've got all the tents. If you go over to Sporting KC, those are just held down with concrete weights. If you go over there today, you'll see all those tents they have really year round are just held down with big concrete weights hanging from ropes. Or it can be strapped down, or lastly, it can be affixed via anchors. The safest way is the anchors. That's the way we chose to do it.
Commissioner Muller, did that answer your question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Reasons.
Yes, this one is for Steve Beaumont. I just had a quick question. Did you pull a permit to pour the concrete slab?
Do I raise my hand?
No.
Okay. No, I did not. We were. Okay. That was a patio and didn't require a permit.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, patios like that size, I believe, do have to have a permit. Is that not correct, Gunder?
Question for building inspections, but I believe that's correct.
Yeah, and Steve, the reason I'm saying that is I am a contractor myself, and I understand you having to check your materials to accept it. I guess the hard part that I'm trying to understand as a contractor, when I get materials delivered to a job site, yes, I have to open up every container, inspect it to make sure it's the right thing, and it's a long process. But we typically don't assemble a project until all permits, until everything is put in place. And that's, I mean, either A, if you were doing this yourself, you know, I know sometimes you miss things, but, you know, putting up any structure where people from the public are going to be visiting needs to be inspected. And I guess that's my biggest concern on this whole project is now we've got a building up there and none of the processes. I mean, do we know what the footings are poured? Are the footings poured properly? You know, who did the pouring of the footings? You know, there's too many questions that are a safety hazard to me as a contractor and as a member of the board here to say, oh, okay, let's just go ahead and stamp approval to move forward, because I don't see any specs of drawings of how what kind of foundation was poured that you're anchoring these walls to. I mean, did you do the proper footings that are required by city to put the footings in? Because you're going to have 6-inch slab and say, oh, we're going to throw a few bolts in there and we're good. So, I mean, to me, I don't have enough information here to say that I would move forward with approval yet, because we don't know what you did on the slab to make sure that it was done securely. So, I mean, do you have that documentation?
Am I correct, Gunnar, in that if this were to receive approval, it would be subject to building inspections, doing the necessary engineering inspections to make sure that it meets the health and safety needs of the community?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I know on residential stuff that they a lot of times will make people rip those things out to get, you know, because I mean, it's easy to say, yeah, I did it, but usually you have to dig it back out and to prove what's been poured there. And that's some of my concerns. So, and that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Reasons, and just to clarify, there is a footings and foundations permit that building inspections would require.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ernst.
Again, we're not voting on the structure. Not that I disagree with you at all, Nathan. We're voting, someone correct me, on the parking, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So to go in other directions is not helpful until we get to maybe the next part of the docket. For right now, we're voting on the parking variance.
Parking variance. Correct. I think we're just trying to get to the parking variance, but I thank you for that comment of keeping me on track. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones, did you still have a comment?
Yeah, sorry, my mute got on. I don't technology. I agree with Commissioner Ernst. And so if we're just doing the parking, the other questions need to come later.
Okay, any further questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion on the parking variance.
Motion to approve subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Discussion, Commissioner Ernst.
We have reached my point, and that is that we have wider latitude than we normally exercise when it comes to a self-created hardship. And Gunnar has worked very hard to make this possible to go through. And I'm going to vote for it. But when John Jones comes and his fence is kind of wrong, I hope we all remember this.
Agreed.
Commissioner Muller.
I would second that and hope that on the record, I think this sets a very bad precedent for Jim and Mary Jones or whoever Commissioner Ernst referred to. We need to remember this. Technicalities aside, if somebody built something without a permit, a shed, something, you know exactly what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
Well, I'm not going to vote for it because I remember when we made someone take a fence down that was less than 10 feet. And sometimes I think we think something's too big to fail, or we get some of those things, but I'm not voting for it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Reasons.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with Commissioner Conley. I cannot see how we can vote for this as a group because it's like putting the cart before the horse. I mean, you usually ask for the parking if you've got everything else approved. So why are we even considering voting for this if they haven't even been approved for a permit and done their due diligence first? I can't do that personally because I see us do it to too many older ladies in our community and other people on fences and things, and we make them tear it down. So in my opinion, I don't see how I can say, yes, we'll give you this parking variance when you've done everything else wrong. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Pauly.
I do just want to say I agree with you guys. Going forward into the future, if you know, little people come in and they need help or something didn't happen correctly with their permits, this will be the case. This will be the benchmark case from which moving forward, I would be looking at to see whether or not they needed to tear something down and start over again. And so I do just want to say that to let you know that I'm in the same page as you guys are with that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Before I call for the roll, I'm going to, Gunnar, just a question for you. Could the petitioner have gotten the necessary permits, the necessary inspections, and so on and so forth before they came and made this request tonight? Could that have been the other way to handle this?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. After the DRC this summer, they should have applied for a building permit, which would have triggered a review, and at which point this variance would have come up, i.e., where are you going to park everybody before you build this thing? We just never got that far with them.
I'm just saying.
And they never came back in.
Before tonight, could they have gone and said, all right, we know what we did. We want to apply for those permits. We're going to pay the fines or the additional permitting fees. We want to bring engineers out. We want to have everything inspected and checked and then made the parking variance. Could that have occurred that way, or would it have just been stuck right then and there?
They
Could a better case have been made tonight? Could a better case have been made tonight?
Sure.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know. Before I call roll.
And everything.
All right. Ms. Jones, before I call the roll, do you have something you wanted to add?
Just quickly for the record, because I agree with my colleagues, but it does seem out of order that we would deal with the parking first before the building. But I can see still, I know it doesn't make sense, going with the variance for the parking, but then disallowing the building piece, which is a different thing. Again, just for the record, because of all the above, the aforementioned comments.
Yeah, and just,
Director
if I may, Mr. Chair, point of clarification here. They should have applied for a building permit, at which point it would have triggered a plan review, and that plan review would have discovered of zoning variances required. And then we would have gone through either approval or not, hypothetically, if we'd gone through approval, and then they would have gotten their building permit when they took their approved plans back to the NRC. So this was backwards.
All right. So once again, I'm going to get ready to call the roll, but if this is approved, if it were to be approved, everything still has to go back through permits, engineering, inspections, and at any one point, anything could fail and doesn't get to move forward.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to make that clarification for the record.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, before roll call, do we need a motion?
No, the motion was made for, there was a motion made for approval, made by Commissioner, I'm sorry, Janet, you'd have to help me
Yes,
clarify.
I did. Commissioner Jones made the motion.
Jones and Pauly.
And Pauly seconded.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
And the motion is for approval subject to the conditions in the staff report.
That is correct.
Connolly?
No.
Ernst?
Aye.
Ewing?
No.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Moeller?
No.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
No.
Carson?
Nay.
Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal fails. 4 in favor and 5 opposed.
So is there an opposing motion? You have a choice. You have an opposing motion or you have a holdover. And I don't see a reason to hold over.
I make a motion to deny based off them not being able to self-created hardship and them not going through the proper procedures when they knew how to go through the proper. But I
second,
for whatever reason.
Motion to motion for denial made by Commissioner Connolly, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion on motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Nay.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller? I'm sorry?
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed. And the reasoning was because the applicant created their own hardship and did not go through the proper procedures.
All right, thank you. That does conclude the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals. For those of you waiting for the City Planning Commission to begin, we will convene that meeting in the next, we'll take maybe a 5 to 7 minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll convene the Planning Commission meeting. So we will stand at recess until then. Thank you. And that concludes the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
Call Mark Murdick.
I'll shut my down for sound.
Yes. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we do have a quorum of the Planning Commission. If you would like to go ahead and start, I think we might have one or two that aren't back yet, but we do have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Janet.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you all for your patience. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm chairman of tonight's meeting. I want to welcome you to the December 14th meeting of the City Planning Commission. I want to make a couple of introductions. Again, my name is Jeff Carson. I'm chairman of tonight's meeting. Karen Jones is the vice chair of Planning and Zoning Commission. Gunnar Hand is the director of Land Use and Urban Planning, will be with us this evening, along with Janet Parker, who is the executive assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning, along with the following staff members of the department: Byron Toy, Shana Shanto, and we also have Martin Tangira here with the Unified Government Engineering Department, and Patrick Waters with the Unified Government Legal Counsel. Following Planning and Zoning Commissioners are also present this evening: Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner James Polly, Commissioner Susanna Polly, James Connolly, Commissioner Susanna Polly, Commissioner Nathan Reasons, Commissioner Joanne Huey, Commissioner Mark Moeller, and Commissioner Jake Miller. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome those participating in the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, you must use the raise your hand feature and wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Planning Commission members, use the raise your hand feature to speak. Unmute your microphone when it is your time to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. If you have called in by telephone only, or if you are having trouble logging into the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org, as Secretary Parker is monitoring that email. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, January 7th, 2021. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them by Chairman Carson. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at planninginfo@wicokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the Commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for tonight's meeting will also receive them for the meeting on Thursday, January 7, 2021. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the November 9, 2020 City Planning Commission minutes. Replat of West Eden Estates. Replat of one single-family lot at 2619 and 2625 North 123rd Street. Ruffin's Lots. Final plat, final plat for 2 industrial lots at 4602 Kansas Avenue. Urban Outfitters. Final plat for 1 industrial lot at 10901 State Avenue. Plan review application PR-2020-33. Greg Scovich with Hillwood Entertainment LP. Final plan review for a distribution center at 10901 State Avenue. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the, is anyone on the commission want to remove anything from the consent agenda for special consideration? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration this evening? If so, please raise your hand electronically. I'm not seeing any, so I will stand for a motion for approval on the consent agenda as presented.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Huey. Commissioner Miller, is that a second from you? All right, there was a second by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion on approval of the consent agenda? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Miller? Moeller?
Aye.
Polly?
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the items on the consent agenda, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, none of these items will move on to the Board of Commissioners.
All right,
That
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Completes the consent agenda, and the commission will now move on to the non-consent agenda. We have 2 items that we are going to hear together and we will vote on separately. Change of zone application 3235, Albert Hermans with SDC Engineering. Change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP3 Planned Commercial District to allow a 4th gas island pump at 6863 State Avenue. And we will hear the corresponding final plan review with that, PR-2020-27, to allow a 4th gas island pump at 6863 State Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hermans, if you're in the audience, I need you to raise your hand, please, so I can recognize you and allow you to unmute. Okay. If you'd please go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project. Mr. Herman, I just need you to unmute yourself and go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Pardon me, I haven't done a Zoom meeting before, so.
That's okay, no problem.
Anyway,
as you can tell, we're not that good at it either, and we've done a bunch.
My name is Al Hermans with SDC Engineering, 5907 Raytown Trafficway, Raytown, Missouri 64133. The scope of the project is basically the building on the lot that's already zoned, I believe it's CP2, is going to be rehabilitated and converted into a convenience store, along with a lease space on the south end of it. The existing convenience store on the lot currently zoned C1 will be demolished, after which the number of pumps will be increased to 4 from the existing 3, and the canopy extended as needed to cover the new pump. The site plan shows, the arrangement of everything, and we have some proposed elevations to consider for the north and west faces of the building. I believe the amount of glass that is shown meets the minimum 40%. And that's basically, I believe, the totality of it.
Okay. Do you have an existing auto repair business at that location as well?
I don't believe there's one in there now. At least when I last visited the site, there was nobody occupying the building.
So the building to the east is not occupied. Is that owned by the same tenant? Are there any plans for renovation or anything? Does that have anything to do with this request tonight?
Yeah, well, that's the one that will be renovated. It is already located in a CP2 district. So the rezoning doesn't necessarily apply to that building. However, it is part of the overall project.
Okay, so there's nothing going on in that building at this time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, Jeff, I guess to answer the question, I think we approved that for a used cars dealership, the self-used cars, that building, about a year and a half ago.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
But I guess it's, according to the applicant, it's not being used to their knowledge.
Okay.
Commissioner Reasons.
Yeah, just a real quick question. So we're talking about the area that just has the gas pumps. We're not talking about the old building that's right next to it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're looking to demolish that and somehow fit in that small lot what they have here in drawings?
That's my understanding,
Mr. Chair, this is Director Hand Planning Director of Planning and Urban Design. The project is for both parcels. What they're going to do is tear down this existing building to make room for the expansion of the pump. And then they're going to convert this building, which is characterized by the applicant tonight as unused, into the new convenience store.
So
and how about the setbacks? Because I'm looking at your property line that we've got here, and that doesn't meet any kind of code from a setback standpoint. Are they purchasing the property next door, or how are they going to be able to? Because that looks like it's just a few feet from the property line that you're going to be building up in something pretty serious right there. Is that going to be a problem, or?
Because they're not changing the lot. It's legal non-conforming essentially.
Yeah, the picture is a little bit misleading. The actual distance from the edge of the building to the property line is 7 feet, which is probably still not what a setback would be, appropriate setback. However, it is an existing building, so I believe those normally get grandfathered in, barring some other circumstance.
And is there going to be additions to that building, or is it going to be the exact same structure, just remodeled?
They're just, sorry.
Well,
just remodeling.
They would like to extend it to the south, approximately 20 feet, if I remember the dimension correctly.
So then it would be butting up to the back property line, which then would be causing another problem, being too close to the property line there. Is that correct?
I am looking to find a dimension to that property line. I cannot find
That
it
would
on
be
the drawing.
that might be a question for staff of the building.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's good. That's all I need.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing any, so I will go to the public. Is there anyone in the public that came to the meeting tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition of this request? Please raise your hand electronically, please. I'm not seeing anyone that wants to speak in favor or in opposition, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I'm going to bring over the zoning code map in view just so you can see what we're dealing with here. So part of the confusion here is we're dealing with 2 parcels that's being developed as 1 parcel. The other confusion here is this parcel, in a very weird way, has split zoned with here, which is one issue that I have, but also carries over all the way to North 69th Street. And so there is no side yard or rear yard setback in a commercial district unless it's adjacent to a residential zone, which this technically is not. And even if so, it would have to reflect that same setback. So a side yard setback for R1 is, hold on, I don't have it memorized. Not less than 7 feet. But again, because they're surrounded by C1, they don't have any setback requirements. Also, it's an existing building, the legal non-conforming. So with that aside, let me pull this back and I'll go through our comments here real quick. So as the applicant mentioned, this is a change of zone for this parcel. Again, this one's already C2 and to this parcel to C3, so it can have an additional pump. The way that we interpret pumps is the actual pump, not the necessarily station. It's a little ambiguous in the code, but again, they're needing more because they're expanding. I will say there's been no opposition nor support expressed for this project to date. There have been 7 NOVs on this site in its history. There are none currently, but we have worked through several issues on the site. In between the draft staff report and final staff report, they did submit an updated site plan to work and elevations to work through the commercial design guidelines with us, which I'll share with you here. Again, they're basically demolishing this existing convenience store and turning this building into their convenience store, which you can see here. So this is where it was, that existing convenience store is, and this is the existing building here, and it includes an expansion to the south, and then they basically reclad it as per the commercial design guidelines, giving emphasis for the actual entrance over here, and then some additional emphasis towards State Avenue. If you look at the floor plans, this is actually, these will be fake windows facing State Avenue. But again, these are all part of the commercial design guidelines. This is the rear of the building facing the commercial property to the east.
Gunnar, can you address the 2 bays at the very end to the south of the building? I guess this is the proposed add-on. Are those appear to be service bays?
Yeah,
of some kind?
between draft and final staff reports, this section of the building changed quite significantly. These bay doors were not in the original proposal. The second entrance was not in the original proposal. So we were going to ask some questions tonight about what the intended use here. As we didn't get information back from the applicant, we added some conditions of approval that would require a special use permit for whatever type of use we're assuming would potentially use something with 2 bay doors. So some type of automobile use. As you mentioned, there is an SUP on there for sales, but this looks a lot like repair. So we just sort of put it out there. If that's the use that's intended for that tenant or commercial space in the future, they would have to come back for an SUP for that. So that's how we covered that moving forward. But again, we did a lot of work on the building, improving the facades to give that sort of pedestrian scale and circulation on the site.
Okay. Anything else?
We do recommend approval.
All right. Questions for staff? Seeing none. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Gunnar, is that not a residential house that's behind it though, or has that been zoned commercial already?
Sorry, make sure I wasn't muted. It is a residential house directly to the south, but again, the property lines are a little weird. So this commercial property and its zoning do have this flagpole for some reason in between it and the residential building. So its adjacency actually is a 4.8 foot strip of commercially zoned property between it and that building.
Well, I'm actually talking about.
Oh, that direction.
The property.
I'm sorry.
And that question is posed by Commissioner.
I think it was a house that got converted into a business, which is why it got the split zoning. I don't.
And I'm sorry, for the record, that question came from Commissioner Reasons.
Yes, sorry.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. I will need two motions, one on the change of zone and then one for a plan review. First one I'll take will be on the change of zone.
Motion to approve the change of zone for the petitioner, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Commissioner Connolly. Commissioner Connolly. We need you to unmute and vote, please. There you go. Sorry, say again.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
okay, thank you. Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
No.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application number 3235, subject to the comments in the staff report and the conditions of staff, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for the plan review.
Motion to approve the final plan review, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
No.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the final plan review, subject to the staff's comments and conditions, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
I'm sorry, Janet, will these be heard again?
The change of zone will, the plan review will not.
Okay, change of zone will be heard again on January 7th before the Board of Commissioners, January 7th, 2021. Thank you.
Our next change of zone is number 3242, Will Anderson with BHC Roads. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to MP3 Planned Heavy Industrial District for an existing industrial use and construction of a new metal storage building at 6600 Thorn Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, we have you queued up to speak. If you go ahead and start off with your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Okay. I'm Will Anderson with BHC Roads, 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. This is a project of an area down on Thorn Drive, which is largely an unformed road between Main Rail Centre Railroad and the river. It's been there since 1961, so it's been there for some years in terms of it. It has been zoned R1, which reads right across into the agricultural. So just recently, or a couple of years ago, there was an action between Water One and the property itself, which allowed an exchange of lands. At that time, the land which we're talking about tonight is was joined or coordinated with the R1 land, and that's why it's an odd-shaped land. It is under separate deed, although it's the same owner. What we're asking for is to rezone it to be more comfortable with its use, which is a rail car area. It came up when the owners started the process to put another building on site, and it was pointed out that the need to get it rezoned prior to that. So that's what we're doing tonight, is we're asking to have this part of the property rezoned to MP3, industrial, heavy industrial. It's largely an industrial area. There's very little traffic that comes down there that isn't related to this operation. Having said that, in the actual staff comments, there's items 1 through 5, 2, 3, 4 seem to deal more with the likelihood that they'll put the building up. They have not basically submitted plans for that building until this has been successful. 1 and 5 are standard type operations, but I'd be open to any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request tonight? Please raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Staff Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Related to this project, again, it's going from R1 to MP3. As the applicant mentioned, and I'm going to pull my screen over again so you can see this. You can see what they're applying for now. On our maps, in roughly 2016, these two parcels were combined. They're asking for a rezoning right at the old property line down the middle here, making this MP3 and maintaining this as R1. We didn't write this in our staff report, so if the commission wanted to recommend approval, we would ask that they make a motion to add a condition that would require this to be split again so that they can have two parcels, this one MP3 and this one stays R1. Again, trying to avoid split zoning on a parcel whenever we can. And with that, again, we saw no opposition nor support. There have been a couple of NOVs on this property, but they've all been cleaned up summarily. And so we recommend approval with that added condition if you are so obliged.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Ernst.
I'm just curious, do we want the other portion to remain R1?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking the Director Hand.
Okay, sorry.
As I understand it, they only want this portion to be MP3, so they're only asking for it to be MP3. So as such, we would want to retain this as R1, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Tonight.
Motion to approve per staff stipulations.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Reasons made the motion
Yes.
for approval with additional staff, seconded by Commissioner Pauly? Is that correct? No?
Huey.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Huey. Is that, and that motion is with the additional staff stipulations? Is that correct, Commissioner Reasons?
Yes. Yes,
All
it
right.
is.
Commissioner Ernst, I saw your hand up. Do you have a question, or were you going to make that motion?
I was going to make that motion, but I will gladly acquiesce.
I'm sorry I didn't get you called sooner. We'll get you next time. Okay, motion is for approval, subject to the additional staff stipulations discussed. Any discussion on motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Bowler,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application 3242, subject to the comments in the staff report and the revised conditions of staff, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 applications that we are going to hear together and vote on separately. Master Plan Amendment MP-2020-8, William Buck with VHC Roads. Master Plan Amendment from Community Commercial Low Density Residential to Medium Density Residential. Change of Zone Application 3243, change of zone from R1 Single Family, C1 Limited Business, and CP1 Planned Limited Business Districts to R4 Garden Apartment District for our multifamily development, Tower View Apartments, and Tower View Apartments preliminary plat for 40 multifamily units on 2 lots. All applications are at 5115 and 5125 Gibbs Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was contacted by several members of the community.
Okay.
Since
Mr. Chairman, before you ask for the applicant to come forward, I would like to note that I did receive an email that had 12 names on it in opposition to this project. I also have an email from Dennis Grindle, and he said that he and 2 more people are watching on Zoom, and when it comes time for those in opposition, that they are going to want to speak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Buck, I've got you queued up to speak. If you'd go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about this project.
Yes, my name is, excuse me, my name is William Buck. I work for BHC Roads. My address is 6040 Woodside Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64133. And this project consists of rezoning and replatting to redevelop a vacant lot, which currently contains an old foundation and a parking lot that used to be a bowling alley.
Okay, anything else you want to add about what you're building there? And
yes, it will be an apartment complex, multifamily.
Okay. Anything else? It sounds like we've got a large group of people that want to speak. Do you want to provide us with any additional information for use in consideration for your case?
Well, yeah, it combines several parcels together, provides some drainage improvements for the area. There'll be a lot of landscaping and screening and so forth between the properties. As you can see in the pictures, it's pretty rough shape, really, with the foundations and the parking lot and everything. So that's pretty much it. There'll be some sanitary, water line, drainage improvements and so forth associated with the project.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. For those that wish to speak, if you'd go ahead and please raise your hand electronically, and I will call on you in the order that I see your hands go up. I see Mr. Conrad Miller. Got you unqueued. So if you, sir, if you go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Conrad Miller,
My address is 7199 West 98th Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66212. And I am part of the applicant group that brought this project. This is on the old Tower Lanes site that has been vacant for about 10 years now, probably more like 15 years. The project, I've been involved with this site for more than probably 50 years. I almost grew up on the site. So very familiar with the area, very familiar with the site. This would belong to my family for the last 60 years, or almost 60 years. And we had several opportunities to develop this into maybe a commercial use or some other use. But we feel that this development, which is 40 units, which is 30 two-bedroom units and 10 one-bedroom units in 5 two-story buildings, going to be a really good buffer between the commercial and the residential property right behind it. A much better buffer, by the way, than a bowling center. We did have a meeting, a public meeting that raised a lot of concerns. And I think we've addressed most of those with the people we did address all those with the people that had contacted us. I did receive one email we addressed, and he had several misconceptions about the project. We were able to provide him with adequate remedies to his concerns. Mainly, it was the main big thing was management of the property, and I assured all the people that inquired that there was going to be local management, and that there would be an on-site manager there that would keep any kind of noise, crime. There's somebody going to be there that they can have addressed their problems. We also talked with our neighbor to the west of us about her drainage, and assured her that not only will we not add to any drainage problems, we are going to alleviate those problems by adding any drainage to the front on Gibbs Road and into the storm sewer. So it will actually improve that problem. So traffic, I think we've addressed the traffic issues on 51st Street by cutting through on land bank property to make an additional entrance on 51st Street. Should not add to any traffic problems. The fire station there is being set for decommissioning in the next year or so. So that will be something that they will not be a concern about. We have reviewed the staff recommendations, and quite frankly, it's nothing that is insurmountable. We have requested that we put some amenities on the project, which we actually had planned on the project, which would be a playground, larger playground, and then a dog walk around. We think that there's going to be adequate landscaping and screening from the neighbors. That was one of the other issues that our neighbor to the west had. And, we assured her that we would make sure that any existing trees onto her property would stay there, that we would fence the property to make sure that there weren't any intrusion onto her property. And, you know, we've seen the request for sidewalks along Gibbs Road. We don't have any objection to that. So we think it's a good plan, a good use of that property, and a much better use than you know, some other high industrial or high, you know, commercial use that could be made on a C1 limited or CP planned, you know, business group. So we're actually down zoning that one lot. Most of it will be down zoned, the 5115 Gibbs, and then the single family will just have one that's presently single family, just have basically one building on that one single family lot at this time. So we're just asking that it be approved. And if there are any questions that anyone has, I would be more than happy to take those either now or after the public or the other public comments.
Okay, why don't we wait until we hear from the public, and then we'll get back to you if we have some unanswered questions, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the public for comment. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? I see a Mary Grindle. Go ahead and give us your name. This might be Mr. Grindle, but go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Mr. or Mrs. Grindle.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. I actually have.
I need your name and address, please, for the record, please, Ms. Grindle.
All right, I'll go ahead first then. There are two other people here also at my residence that want to speak though as well.
Okay, sure, that'd be fine. We'll start with you.
All right. Well, my name is Mary Jean Grindle, and I live at 3419 Gibbs Road.
Okay.
I'm president of the Turner Community Connection, or TCC. I'm also secretary of our neighborhood watch group, Getty Grove. And I'm a retired elementary teacher with 25 of my 36 years spent in the Turner USD 202 school district. So that's my background.
Okay.
And first of all, I'm wondering why apartments anyway in that area. That in itself is a real turnoff to me. And not that doesn't need to be developed, because it does, but you know, maybe a nice cul-de-sac with a few homes, you know, would serve us better. And then are these I have several questions is what it is. Will these apartments be comparable to anything that already exists in the area, to kind of give us an idea? And then how will these apartments be advertised? What criteria will be used to determine if a person is accepted as a tenant or not? You know, will there be background checks involved? What determines if a family will be evicted, and how would this be handled? How would rental collections be handled? I'm wondering if the tenants' apartments will be inspected regularly for cleanliness, roaches, and so forth. And then have you determined who the local manager will be? And then with the fact that, you know, there are residences in the area, how will communications be handled from not only manager to the tenants, but also from the management to the neighbors, to the surrounding neighbors? How will bilingual communications be handled? And then also maintenance, you know, it's nice, it'd be nice to have the new structure there and everything, but maintaining it is very important from going forward from that point. Will there be security cameras? I know, yeah, that's a must as far as I'm concerned. The kind that would have the ability to play back video footage to the police. So that's my first big block, and you know, a lot of questions, like I said. And then my other concern is, okay, all of these are to be either 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments from my understanding. But yet, in the paperwork that was just released last week, that I saw on Friday for the first time, on page 12 of that paperwork under section 6, it refers to, yes, the 1-bedroom apartments, but then it also refers to those dwelling units that have 2 bedrooms or more. And, you know, a big question mark went up there. I thought it was just 1 or 2-bedroom apartments. And that section there, by the way.
I can answer that question for that is the unified government standards with regard to parking. It's not saying
Yes.
that there's going to be, this just says this is what's required if you have 2 or more. It does not say that the application is doing that. They're saying there's 1 and 2-bedroom apartments only.
Okay, so that was a question when I happened to look at page.
That's just parking guidelines from the unified government standards.
Okay. So that part is answered for me. And so now my last part of all of this is based upon each of those kinds of apartments, are there specific occupancy limits for the 1-bedroom and the 2-bedroom apartments? You know, so that we're not cramming 8 people into a 2-bedroom apartment. So that's my other concern as far as the occupancy limits go for each of those. And then the last part has to do with, actually it's page 25 in the group of paperwork. It's where the summary letter is from the Wyandotte County Conservation District. And in looking that over, my big question in all of that is, will all of the best management practices that are recommended for this site by the Conservation District actually be done? You know, right now they're only recommendations. And specifically those include, and I know it's yes to some of this, but I'm not sure of all of it. The access road looks like, you know, to 51st Street. Dust control, critical area planting, and I know about the 29 trees.
Excuse me,
Filter
Mrs. Grindle.
strips. Uh-huh.
Excuse
Yes.
me, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay. The next person I have to speak here will come up and introduce himself.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank
Grindle.
you.
Hello, my name's Joe Magro. I live at 2218 Key Lane, Kansas City, Kansas 66106. My concern is when he said he's talked to the neighbors and stuff, he hadn't. I mean, when Turner High School was building the high school right behind me, they made sure we knew everything that was going on. This is just up the road from me, and I didn't know anything until, about a week or 2 ago about it going in. They've been hearing about the fire station, that road to go in between the fire station and the little store there. Well, the fire station, they've been talking about moving forever, but as far as I know, I don't know that they have really any plans for that. He was talking about the sidewalks on Gibbs Road. There is sidewalks on Gibbs Road on the north side, but how much more traffic would be going down Key Lane with no sidewalks with people walking down there? It's already kind of scary to see people walking there right now. The noise control would be another thing too. How they going to keep the noise down?
What type of noise are you referring? What type of noise are you referring to?
Well, just like if they're going to be out in the parking lot, being able to do anything out there. They talked about a playground being built there. And then I had heard also part of the draining was going to be like in the corner south end of it. No, it wouldn't be the south. Southwest, that they'd be having like a little holding pond there for the water drain off also. I just not really for sure that area is made for apartment buildings there. I do agree that yes, it could be something there, but I just don't see where you can put that many more families in that little area there. That's all I really got to say.
Okay, so your concerns are sidewalks down Key Lane, noise control, and the detention pond.
Yeah, that and like that little, I don't know that, because the road there where it's going out to 51st Street, the 51st Street ain't that, I mean, you got 51st Street ain't gonna be able to handle that much more traffic, I wouldn't think.
Okay, we'll try to get you some answers, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, my name is Dennis Grindle. I live at 3419 Gibbs Road. I'm the president of Getty Road Neighborhood Watch. And my concerns are this playground. I didn't see it on the map, but there you're going to need a playground. And for the older kids, they're going to be out on bikes and skateboards. Are they going to be running around through that parking lot or out on the street? And then there's the old grocery store over there. They could be over there in that parking lot. And if one of them gets hurt, they're going to sue that guy, you know, and that's what I've got a problem with. And then the older kids, they're going to be out at night, just roaming around doing things. You know how kids are today, and out there playing their music, maybe setting up one of the temporary basketball goals like the IQ can, and out there playing music and disturbing the neighbors, you know. And also kids, you know, out roaming around at night, could they go over there and get into the cars that are at that shop there where they work on vehicles, you know, could be over destroying property. You know how kids are today. They ain't like when I grew up. And
we got in trouble for that stuff back then, right?
Pardon me?
We got in trouble for that stuff back then.
Yeah. Oh, did I? Yeah.
So your main concerns, Mr. Grindle, are security, correct?
Yeah, kids. And then also like, you know, when they come and pick up the kids, even if they pick them up on 51st Street, that's kind of bad. And if they pick them up and leave them off on Gibbs, you know, a lot of times these guys come around 53rd Street and hit Gibbs Road at a pretty good speed. They might hit the school bus or one of the kids, you know, loading and offloading. And I just don't feel that the apartments are a good fit for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else at your house that wants to speak?
No.
Okay.
No,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on and we will now, I'm going to call upon Mike Makris, M-A-K-R-I-S.
I apologize, I had my hand still raised. I am with a member of the applicant team, so
okay.
I will wait until Mr. Miller speaks again and address any technical comments.
Okay, great. And then I have Sherry that would like to speak. Sherry, are you wanting to speak still? Sherry? I need you to unmute yourself.
I was looking for the unmute. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We got you. I can hear you now.
Okay. My name is Sherry Johnson. I live at 2531 South 53rd Street. And I live just probably west of where they're going to want to put the apartments. And right now, my thing is the traffic. I call the cops, I call the police officers to have us radar at Oak Grove Road and 53rd Street at least 3 times a week, because we have people that are going 50 miles an hour blowing through these stop signs right here by a school. And it's ridiculous. So they don't stop at these stop signs and they just continue on up around 53rd into Gibbs Road. And if they have a street that you're going in and out of that apartment complex, somebody's going to get hit and somebody's going to get killed. If it's a person standing there or a car turning, because people have no regard of traffic laws. I think the speed limit on the street is 30 miles an hour, and you can clock them going anywhere from 50 miles an hour on the street.
you'd get 95%.
So my thing, and plus with the, the apartments themselves, we've lived here, I mean, we're probably one of the younger ones, but we've been here 35 years or whatever. And I think probably a cul-de-sac, I'm with the Grindles. I think a cul-de-sac with some houses would be much more appropriate than a 50-unit apartment complex, which is just crazy. I mean, to be, because you just don't know. I mean, yeah. So I guess
Your primary concern then is traffic and safety.
traffic, because I see them flying through the stop sign right now, and just, like I said, I do call the police at least 3 times a week to have them radar here, and it's traffic. So if we have, what is it? It's supposed to be 50 units times at least 2 cars per unit. I mean, how much traffic is that going to add already to what we already have? And I'm not pleased about it.
Okay.
So that would be my concern.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Cindy, would you like to speak? Cindy, I need you to unmute your mic, please. Give us your name and address, please.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I'm so sorry.
That's
My
all
name is Cindy Ayala. Address is 2035 South 21st Place, formerly of 2218 Key Lane. My question is, more than anything, is we all know, and I agree with everything everyone has said before from the community. I completely agree 100%. My main concern is, how do we prevent this from becoming another Skyline apartment if you guys do end up being able to go through with this for some reason? We all know Skyline started out as very nice apartments, and look at it now. It's Section 8. I wouldn't drive through Skyline at night, and I'm 4th generation Turner. So again, I agree, and my questions are with everybody before me. But again, if you guys do end up going through this, how do you make it not turn into a Skyline, another Skyline Apartments?
Well, that's a difficult question to quantify or qualify. So I'm going to put down here that you're concerned about safety and maintenance of the building.
Safety and maintenance. And then again, that's an eyesore. We already have a half-built house on Key Lane that's been built without permits and so on. And that's a whole nother situation. But then we're going to have an apartment building. No matter how many trees you plant, you're going to have an apartment building towering over that area. So yes, it's an eyesore as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for the heads up on Key Lane. We'll make sure the staff checks out what's going on without permits over on Key Lane. So
thank you.
All right. Thank you, Cindy. Anyone else want to speak before we go back? Okay. Senator Petty, would you like to speak? Yes, go ahead. Yes, I can now.
So this is Senator Pat Petty. I live at 5316 Lakewood Street, about a half a mile from this location. So I have been contacted by some of the people you've already heard from tonight, and others that live within the Turner area, within a mile to 2 miles from this or less from this location. And I think the biggest issues that have been brought forward, although for those of us that have lived in this area, I've lived in this area all my life, and we would love to see this developed in some way. A 40 unit apartment building that, if I understand correctly, is going to be 5 stories high. Is that correct? Will really not fit in with the area. And also, one of the biggest concerns has been about the overpopulation of this area. It's not going to be, I mean, for those of you that don't live in here in this area, this is adjacent to a housing development called Highland Crest, which was began being built in 51. And that housing development, although many of the residents have maintained their properties, there have been a lot of issues over the years with it and with the overpopulation of it and lack of resources that have been put into that part of our community. So it was mentioned by one of the developers, Mr. Buck, that about sidewalks, which we do have sidewalks on the north side of Gibbs, but there are no sidewalks on the south side. I'm glad to hear that he's mentioned about having a playground on the property, but it still means that there are going to be 40 units with potentially 80 cars, and that increased amount of population in that location is problematic. So I would say overpopulation for the area is probably the number one concern that I have and that I've heard from others. I also would agree with, I would echo what was offered by Mary Jean Grindle about, and I know that this is never part of the, or usually not part of the planning's process, but whether there's going to be any occupancy of limits for the apartments. That is, it is standard practice in a number of apartments in other counties. So I would hope that it might be one considered for here, particularly when we're already talking about a high density area of single family residence. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Petty. I have Alex Craddock who would like to speak. Alex Craddock.
Okay, we found it.
There we go.
Yes. Yes, I live at 3009 South 53rd Street. I'm with the South Turner Neighborhood Association, also the Turner Community Connection. The apartments that you're proposing are within our boundaries, our neighborhood boundaries. We are registered with Unified Government. Our biggest concern, of course, as expressed with the that Senator Petty has just said, is the density, I think, of the area and the number of people that will be, coming out into the streets. We are definitely opposing the change to a multifamily zone area. It is, to us, it is not in the best interest of the neighborhood as a whole. Also, I was just wondering who will actually own the property?
You want to know who will be the end user or the end owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay, we'll find out for you. Anything else you'd like for me to ask?
Not right now. I have another person here who might want to speak now. She has a few questions.
Yeah, okay. This is Barb Kill. I live at 5548 Pawnee Drive in the Turner area. I'm co-director of Turner Community Connection. I also have a neighborhood group. It's a little bit further north. We've been residents in the house we're in now for 54 years. My main concerns are the added amount of traffic, probably more crime, and I really think this needs to remain a single family area. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak at that residence?
No, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Chandra Ward.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Chandra Ward, and my address is 5124 Lakewood Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66106. So I live here in Turner as well and am part of TCC. And I agree wholeheartedly with all the comments that have been made so far. I agree, one of my major concerns is traffic, as well as safety. And I'm also a licensed realtor, so I know that all of those houses, what would that be, south of the complex, it will have an impact on the property value for those homes as well. So just putting that out there.
Okay. I think that concludes our speaker list. We've heard from everybody at least once. So I'm going to go back to the petitioner, and we'll start with, well, Mr. Miller and then your team. I guess, so we've got some questions for you. I'm going to go ahead and we'll just start working through them. First of all, as far as the type of apartments that you're offering, are these going to be at market rate? How are you going to determine the applicants? Are they to meet certain income criteria, those kinds of things? What can we start with that one? Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Is this for me? Yes,
It's
this
for
is
your
Conrad
team.
Miller.
It's Mr. Miller,
And,
or it's for your team. So whoever wants to
Okay.
take this question, Mr. Buck.
Well, that's actually a very good question. There will be, and I just want to address several of these concerns. First, all good questions, all good interest in the project. These are going to be first-class apartments, and there is going to be a local owner. And I will be one of those owners of the project. This is going to be a market rate, so we will be. There will be an economic. If they need to be employed, have a job, and be able to sustain the rents in order to actually occupy a unit. I think the standard kind of occupancy is 2 people per bedroom is what I think that we can deal with without getting into any housing, the federal housing laws with familial status, et cetera. So that answer that. We will have background checks, criminal and rental history background checks. We did actually look at doing this project as a single family or like a duplex, fourplex, single family, or 1 story. And quite frankly, the amount of work that needed to be done on the site and et cetera just made it economically tough to do that. And then the other thing we didn't want to do was to separate out of the ownership of a lot of different units. So we didn't want to create 24 separate units of rental properties with 24 separate owners, 24 people you got to worry about or whatever. We wanted to, this way we have one unified ownership. If you want to call somebody, if you have a problem, you're going to have somebody to call, and there will be a manager on site to take care of that. What else we have here?
We've got inspections and upkeep maintenance.
Yeah, well, we don't really have a right to inspect the property.
I think we're looking more at the exterior and maintaining the exterior of the building, parking lots.
The exterior is going to be, siding and brick exterior. So it's going to be, that's going to be a low maintenance. We have you know, I had the question, how do we communicate with the neighborhood? I sent out letters we got a list from the city, and I sent out, that's what, you know, I think it was 45 separate people to come to our meeting, explain the project. This is a 40 unit, just to be clear, 40 unit, and these are all 2-story buildings. There's no 5-story building here. It's a 2-story building.
Out of the 40 units, how many are 2-bedroom and how many are 1-bedroom?
There are 32 bedrooms and 10 1-bedroom units.
So there's, I'm sorry, 30 and 10, correct?
30 and 10.
All right, thank you.
We have the detention pond that is on the southwestern portion is not a pond, it's a collection area, and anything will go to the storm sewer. So there's not going to be a pond sitting water there. It'll be a grass area that, you know, that's what that will be. So it's going to actually, it's going to improve the drainage from what it is right now. You know, how do we keep this from becoming a skyline? Well, we've got upkeep those and make sure that you got the right rentals. I mean, I've been over in that area for, 50 years, been on the property for 60. And I've done a lot of rental over there, and the people that have success are the ones that, make the people keep their rent up. If they don't, if they get behind, you get on it right away. And that's how you can manage and keep up your apartments. When you don't do that is when the apartments will tend to drop and become like Skyline. I mean, you just have to maintain them, have to keep up, and I think with that, with the owners, we will do that. We will, and as far as noise and traffic, we had a 24-lane bowling center there for 50 years, and believe me, noise and traffic on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I mean, even it was full the whole time. So there was a lot of traffic, a lot of things, so this will probably be less impact than a bowling center would be.
The only thing I would say about that, sir, that's an apartment complex is a 24/7 operation. The bowling alley was not.
Oh, I understand.
So yeah, people coming and going at the bowling alley are going to be within the hours of the bowling alley. People coming and going to the residence is a 24/7 operation. Yeah, which brings me to security, or any type of security or security cameras, or anything like that.
And that was also a good question. Yes, security cameras, and we have on-site management, which I think is the most important part of the security. We're going to have somebody living in the facility that manages the facility, and more than likely, we haven't identified a manager yet, but we'll be bilingual. I mean, that's pretty standard these days. So we've addressed all the concerns that you have. This is going to be surrounded by a security fence. So as far as, or a privacy fence. So as far as kids getting into the motor or whatever, the store or whatever, I mean, all we can do is just block off what we have. And it's and whatever we put there is going to be better than just the remnants of the bowling center that is there now. Our community, we also want to, we can communicate with Mary and her watch group. we have no problem with that. You know, if there are concerns, she has a place to voice those concerns. So I think we have a good development, which is going to benefit the neighborhood rather than some sort of you know, a used car lot thing or something. I mean, we had so many people that said, yeah, I'd like to put up a, you know, a used, park my cars there or something. You know, that's not a good use. So this, I think, is going to be an addition to the community. It's not going to be a subtraction to the community. I think it fits, as you see, right along Gibbs Road there. You've got the old skating rink over there and the old grocery store. And so right in that area, that I think that's a good fit. It's going to buffer those from the residential. It's not going to be a detriment. You know, it's 2 stories. It's not going to be 5 stories.
I want to move on and get some other questions answered. Real quickly, I want to recap. Who will be the owners? How many ownership group will there be?
There'll be 2 members of the ownership group.
2 owners, okay.
Yeah.
And one is local for sure. One is you. Is that correct?
Both of us are local.
Local owners. Okay, so 39 of the apartments will be rented and 1 will be for your on-site manager. Is that correct?
That is correct. At this point, we are planning on keeping the single family dwelling there. At this point, as a, you know, and renovating that possibly to an office, but that's still in the planning stages. But if not, there would be, one of the units would be provided for the owner. For the manager.
So the manager will either live in the single family unit next to the property or one of the units, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then on security, I don't know that you really answer. Will there be security cameras or you went straight into the on-site manager? What about
security cameras? There will be security cameras on each building. I think that's pretty standard operating procedures now.
Okay, I think I've got all the questions that came up from the neighbors that you can answer. Some will be directed to the director when we get to his portion regarding the conservation district and other things. But I want to go to Commissioner Jones. Did you have a follow-up question?
I do. I want to piggyback on Chairman Carson, what you said. You got one of my questions answered in terms of the owners live in the community, because we think that there would likely be greater responsibility, is I think what the community members are saying. But on the bowling alley, how I'm hearing that is because of the traffic and the noise and the other things that it brought, it sounds like we got some long-term community members in opposition. And perhaps how I see what they said is that they don't want a repeat of the bowling alley and what it brought, and perhaps worse. And then finally, and what I'd like you to address, Mr. Conrad, Mr. Miller, or a member from your team, is that I think I heard you say that the foundational and infrastructure development improvements that need to be made in your mind or that of your teams don't make it cost effective for single family dwellings to be built. Is that correct?
That's yeah. And I don't know if, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Yeah, that is correct. And we had this plotted out for that. And the consensus was we would have to do either 2-plex or like a 4-plex. And just the way that it was set out, we couldn't get enough on there. And then the problem that you have with 24 separate, or, you know, we could probably get maybe, and we're not talking about single family houses. I mean, there might be 2 or 3 single family houses on there. You know, that was our original thought, was to do that, but
it's a density issue. Is that correct, Mr. Conrad?
It was just, we couldn't get enough on there to do the infrastructure that it required.
Okay.
You know,
so, Mr. Miller, let me just ask you a couple of quick follow-up questions then. So what is the cost? I heard some issues about drainage. What's making it cost prohibitive in your mind that you don't think it would be good for you as a developer to go the single family dwelling route versus the apartment route?
Well, you can split it, either split it with 3 single family houses or 40 units. I mean, you know, it's a density, the density is not enough to do the drainage that's required to fix that property. I mean, you got to fix the 5125 property so it doesn't drain down on our neighbor to the west. It all drains right now off right on the back there. And so in order to put that infrastructure in, you know, we can't sell a $300,000 house in that area. I mean, I don't think, I know there's a realtor on, but if we can, I mean, we could probably do, but I don't think that there is, that's what it would cost, you know, $350,000 to put 3 houses on there. Then and to build a $150,000 house.
So thank you for your, I'm sorry, you definitely answered my question on that with the drainage. And then let me just ask you one final candid question. I know it may sound like a no-brainer, but I'd like your response to it anyway. And that is, if this were not approved for you to build, your petition were not approved for you to build multi-family housing, would you just decide not to develop this property?
Well, we got to do something with it. I mean, and if not, then we would have to go, you know, we'd have to probably find some commercial use to it. I mean, we've held it for 10 or 12 years, trying to find somebody that would develop it into what we thought would be appropriate. And, you know, like I said, we had offers to put things up there that we didn't think, you know, it's like, no, we're not going to do that. It's not going to be, you know, it's not, you know, it's not going to fit into that neighborhood.
You're looking for the highest and best use, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
And you feel this is it?
Yeah, I do. We could probably do a commercial building on there. But I don't think it's the best use for that property. I think that's more of a buffer to the neighbors.
Sure.
I mean,
Mr. Miller, we're not here to redesign your project. We're here to talk about the one that you have before us. So I'm going to move on to Commissioner Ernst for his question.
Any member of the team, when we are given a presentation like this, we get drawn renderings of what the apartments will look like, but we never really know until they're done. My question is the use of the pre-existing as office, other than perhaps historical value. I am very familiar with that property and find it an odd choice for an upscale apartment building to use that building. Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I understand the question, and that it's a very good question. But what we looked at was that all the apartment, there's one building I think that's going to go on that west side of that development, and that building, the only thing that would be there other than that would be like a storage unit or something. So that's why we thought, well, we will, for the time being, while we're in construction, we'll upgrade that. We'll make sure that you know is it's habitable because there's somebody living there, obviously. But you know, get it up to a unit where we can utilize that. And you can see on the drawing there's only one building on the west side of that. So, oh, hello. So
you can't win us over with pictures of cute babies.
Yeah. I would have brought my grandkids pictures if I known that was going to help. Now, so we just decided to leave that and not put a storage unit in there at this time. It may very well be that at some point we say we need to take that building down, but it's going to be upgraded to, you know, to match. So we'll have a, you know, a parking lot in front of it. It'll be painted to the same, grade. It'll be upgraded, re-roofed, redone inside. And again, it may kind of buffer it a little bit from the road, rather than just a storage unit. Or, if we have to, at some point, we may put another amenity in there. We had talked about buying the old fire station in the future and maybe doing a community center there, something of that nature for the apartment complex. But those are plans that we have to plan in the future. And we think that this will get the property and have some place, on site that we can lease from, and that we can utilize for the benefit of the development.
Okay.
More than just tearing it down.
Sorry. Commissioner Ernst, was your question answered?
I guess so. I don't know that I really got an answer as to why that's their plan, but it's maybe isn't clear, but I'll accept his response.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
Well, I guess, just listen to some of the comments of some of the people that was opposing it. I don't know whether they know or not, but I'm in the same agreements with the petitioner. I mean, multifamily rental and housing has been important to consolidate a community for choices of families and individuals. It brings a workforce. It provides homes for teachers, firemen, people with younger kids. There's other options. Retirement homes, senior citizens only homes. But when you bring in family, multifamily, you bring kids and other things to the community, which vitalizes and renews the community. I think it's a great idea. Now, some of the questions we're talking about the busing and the safety. And I think one of the comments, it's not even safe at this point in time already, but I'm pretty sure that the community organizations can figure out something to how to slow that traffic down, because I don't think that would have anything to do with the development itself. And then you bring in revitalization by being something new in the community. And I think this is a great idea. And it would bring support and income to that community. And I also would like to ask the owner, when you were saying multifamily, so you're talking about, you said 2 bedrooms were the largest, and you was gonna have some 1 bedrooms, correct? You said 30?
30 will be 2 bedrooms and 10 will be 1 bedrooms.
Okay. And so we talk about maybe a possibility of how many cars do you think? Because that was one of the concerns too, was how many cars would be at that location. Have you did an estimate of how many cars you might think would be there?
I think Mr. Buck has done that. Bill, I think we have done a traffic study, I believe.
Yes, this is Mike Akers with BHC Roads. Place of business address is 7101 College Boulevard in Overland Park, Kansas. And we are meeting the unified government's requirements for multifamily housing on parking, which is 1 car per 1 bedroom. And I believe it is 1.5 cars per, or two cars per 2 bedroom.
Okay.
Pulling up the report now. Yes, 2 parking spaces shall be provided for each dwelling that has 2 bedrooms or more. So our plan meets those UG requirements.
All right. Thank you. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Conley. Mr. Macris, on the parking, how many parking spots are going to be available in this complex?
I am pulling up the plan right now to confirm.
Probably in my paperwork too, but you might be able to find it faster.
We will have a total parking of 73 standard stalls and 4 accessible stalls, ADA accessible.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions before we go to staff or staff comments? Okay. When we now go to Director Hand for his comments and get some answers to some additional questions regarding the Conservation District and some other matters. So, Gunnar.
Hey, Mr. Chair. I'll try to address some of the issues that I heard during public testimony first, and then I'll give my standard presentation. I think specifically as it relates to traffic, there was a traffic impact study. It said at PM peak hours, there'd be an additional 22 trips. That is probably less than what the bowling alley ever was, and that would not impact the capacity of Gibbs Road, as we were determined. And then I did want to clarify also that although it was discussed multiple times tonight, affordability is not a factor to be considered in this entitlement.
Thank you.
And then third, I think it was corrected by the applicant, but just to be clear, if this moved forward with a recommendation and then eventually was approved by the Board of Commissioners, an RP4 district has a height limit of 2.5 stories or 35 feet. So it would never get above 5 feet without a variance, and they are not requesting a variance at this time. Regarding the application itself, obviously there's quite a bit here between a zone change and master plan amendment as well as this replat. The way that we understood it, it was 40 units as described in the multifamily plus the one single family home that they were retaining. So we were looking at this as 41 units. I believe the parking requirement would still be met with 41 units as opposed to 40, although that might be something we want to clarify if this does move forward before final plan. We also noted in the staff report there were multiple issues as we saw it, and we needed additional information as it relates to the multifamily design guidelines. We had been working with the applicant on some of the stuff at the site plan regarding screening and buffering and sidewalks and ADA and other issues. But the multifamily design guidelines does require elevations of all 4 sides of all the buildings in order for us to calculate some of those requirements. So this project is heavily conditioned as it relates to those multifamily design guidelines requirements. So we need to figure that out and get that information if it were to move forward before final plan. I believe that addressed some of Mr. Ernst's comments. And then as it relates to the site itself in the context of the neighborhood, it is typical in traditional neighborhood development when you have a node of commercial development as such on Gibbs and 51st Street to buffer single family neighborhoods with multifamily. So for those reasons, we recommend approval.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Sorry.
Chairman Carson.
Yes.
I don't have a question of staff, but given what staff has said, the petitioner and his team's responses, I would like to be able to ask Mr. and Mrs. Grindale, who I think had one other person in their home, and Senator Petty in particular, because there has been significant public opposition, whether or not those responses and Director Hand's comments have satisfied their concerns.
You want me to reopen the public comment portion?
I think in this situation, given what their concerns are, if we can, I would like to just hear from those two out of the group in terms of, are their concerns satisfied and addressed? Yes.
Okay, Senator Petty.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So some of the the questions that or the points that I made have been addressed as far as the parking is concerned. I would say in response to what Mr. Miller said about being able to build single family there. I mentioned earlier, I live about a mile from this property, and I live in there is a demand for new housing in Turner and has been for some time. And I live in a subdivision that is being built and is continuing to be built on, and 19 new homes are going to be built in the same area where I live, close to Pearson Park. So, and they will all be $250,000 homes. So, or up. So these are selling. There is a demand. So I guess it is a choice for the property owner for what he wants to do with the property. And although Mr. Miller has been involved with this property for a long time, he doesn't, just so that the board is clear, he does not live in the area. It is good to know that there's going to be a manager on site, but I don't believe that any of the owners are actually live in the area of Turner. So just want to be fair in that kind of, but I think staff has said this project's heavily conditioned. So it seems that there needs to be many things that they are going to have to meet in order to move ahead. It is a big change, and I'm surprised to hear that that having multifamily housing as a buffer, I'm not sure it's a buffer to what, because most of as Mr. Miller knows, we no longer have a grocery store there. There's no longer, he mentioned the old skating rink, that is actually not being used as that at all. And there's no public transit, which is another issue that's been a concern as well, unfortunately, for this property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Grindle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
So the question to you is, after hearing back from the applicant and after hearing from the staff, were some of your concerns alleviated this evening?
Not really. I'm still not happy. The idea of apartments being there, as originally stated, is still a real turnoff to me. The traffic situation with 53rd coming around the corner into Gibbs Road has Key Lane meeting right there at that juncture. And then with 51st Street crosses Gibbs Road, but does not go directly across. And so you have all of that kind of traffic pattern existing already. 3 weeks ago, on a Friday night, my husband and I were going out to eat, and there was a car backing out of that car place, where they work on cars, backing out, and here comes a car right around 53rd Street, almost hit that car backing out. And I thought, oh boy, and with apartments being there, it's just not a good location for that. And now, as Senator Petty stated, there is a demand for single-family homes in the area. In fact, I personally know of someone who is she's over our neighborhood watch groups, and she could not find a home that fit her family size here in Turner, which she was really looking for, and wound up moving to Piper instead. So, no, I'm still opposed to the whole apartment idea.
All right, thank you very much for your comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're back to staff comments? Any remaining staff comments before we stand for a motion, before I stand for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I apologize, I did forget one thing. In the staff report, they do mention an amenity as part of the citywide master plan. They
Yes,
talk
thank
about
you.
the playground. I did want to just clarify that for a unit, if the Planning Commission does want to move forward, a unit between 25 and 100, apartment complex between 25 and 150, excuse me, a subdivision between 25 and 150 units has to have at least 2 amenities, one regular and one small at a minimum. And again, if there is a motion to approve, we'd ask that clarification be added to that motion so we can pick that up in final plan as well.
All right, thank you. Any final questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we want to take the master plan amendment first, please.
Yes, I will need 3. I will need one on the, master plan first, and then change of zone and plat. So first, the motion would be on the master plan amendment.
Motion to approve the master plan per staff stipulations. This is
Motion
Nathan.
for approval made by Commissioner Reasons. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Huey. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Nay.
Bowler,
Nay.
Pauly,
Polly,
Nay.
I'm sorry.
No.
Reasons,
Aye.
Carson,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of master plan amendment MP-2020-8 passes. 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion on change of zone.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, this one would require, if recommended for approval, the added stipulation for the amenities.
All right, thank you.
I'm making motion to approve the plan of zone, also to add the added stipulations that Director Hand added.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the change of zone with the stipulation to add 2 amenities as discussed by Director Hand to the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Huey. Discussion on the motion for approval for change of zone with the additional stipulation. Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
Moeller,
No.
Pauly,
Polly,
No.
Reasons,
Aye.
Carson.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application 3243, subject to the revised conditions, passes. 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
All right, thank you. And now I need a motion on the final plat.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman,
on
it's
preliminary plat.
Motion to approve preliminary plat per staff stipulations.
Is that Commissioner Reasons?
Yes.
All right.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Huey. Motion made by Commissioner Reasons, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
Moeller,
No.
Pauly,
Say one more time. No.
Vote for Polly.
Aye.
Carson.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, this will be heard again. Is that correct, Janet?
That is correct.
This will be heard again on January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. I do want to clarify, and I don't need to clarify my vote, but my vote to support the project is based on some real estate background in that most people that reside in apartments typically wind up buying a home within several blocks of the areas in which they've rented properties. So I hope that with this project going forward, that we're building the Turner community and we're inviting new residences to become new homeowners within the Turner neighborhoods. So thank you. And I do appreciate everyone's comments tonight.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 items that we are going to hear together and vote on separately. Master Plan Amendment MP-2020-9, Corb Maxwell with Polsinelli, PC. Master Plan Amendment from entertainment to medium density residential. Change of zone application 3244, change of zone from AG Agriculture District to RP5 Planned Apartment District for 270 multifamily residential units and home-filled multifamily plat, preliminary plat for 1 multifamily lot. All 3 applications are at 1111 North 98th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Commissioner Ernst, you have your hand up. Did you want to make a comment before we start on this case?
No, no, sir. I was just going off video for a minute.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure. Okay, Mr. Maxwell, are you in the audience? Okay, Mr. McGurk, I'm assuming you're representing Mr. Maxwell in this case?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
John McGurk, Vice President Development for Millhouse Development, 210 West 19th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108. Mr. Maxwell is actually our legal counsel. I believe on the line is also Kevin Lee with Polsinelli. Justin Bridges with Davidson Architecture and Engineering, I believe, is on as well. Mr. Chairman, is it possible for me to share a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, you've been moved over to a panelist, so you should be able to.
Great, thank you. Parker, I don't know if I have the option to share a screen on here.
I need to move him over to panelist first.
Oh, I thought he was.
Then,
Okay, excuse me.
Nope. And then I can let him share his screen.
Okay, Janet, would you please remove the other ones from the panelist side?
I'm sorry, I thought I had already done that.
I still have several on here. Mr. Beaumont, Grindles, Macris, McLaughlin.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McGurk. I think you should have those rights to be able to do that now. I want to remind the commissioners this project is 7 times larger than the one we heard, so we will be done around 2:30 a.m. I see you grinning, Commissioner Pauly. We can see your presentation, Mr. McGurk. But we cannot hear you, Mr. McGurk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all right.
You think it's just the first time I was using a Zoom meeting in the last 9 months?
We're with you.
Again, my name is John McGurk. I'm with Millhouse Development. We are based out of Indianapolis, but we have a large presence in Kansas City. I'm born and raised in Kansas City and run our western market, which is Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Colorado. We typically are an infill developer. We really like infill, urban infill. We really like the best submarkets in the country, tier 2 cities. So think Indianapolis, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, those types of cities. Just a little bit about Millhouse in Kansas City. This is just a few of the projects we've done in town. Marcato that you see on the left is at 27th and Troost, kind of over by Hospital Hill in the downtown area. That's 186 units of a 3-story walk-up type product. Next to that is our Gallery project, which is a 361 unit project just south of Crown Center. Artistry is under construction right now. That is in the East Crossroads neighborhood of downtown at 19th and Oak. And then the Glade, we just broke ground on that. That is down on 87th Street by the new Cerner Innovations Campus off of kind of between 71 Highway and 435 in South Kansas City. We also have a smaller project that we call Iconic Gallery, which is a 57 unit project. And we are also building a 228 unit project in downtown Olathe, just by the courthouse. So just a little bit about Millhouse in Kansas City. Just jumping in straight into the project. I'm sure you've all heard of the home field master plan on the old Schlitterbahn site, at least through the news. We are under contract with Homefield, who has now bought that entire site for an 18-acre parcel in the southeast corner of that, right off of 94th Street, just north of State Avenue. Overall, it's a 230-acre master plan development. Amateur sports and entertainment, which is what Homefield does, retail and residential. So we're the multifamily partner for Homefield. Specifically about this site, again, it's about an 18-acre site, 270 luxury style Class A apartment units, amenity clubhouse, pool, dog park, fitness center, kind of what you would think of a fully amenitized apartment, modern apartment complex. We're also leaving about 7 acres on the northeast side undisturbed to provide a buffer for the single family houses on the east side of 94th Street and just provide some buffer and green space there. This is just a few of the renderings of the project. It's meeting all multifamily apartment codes, 40% masonry, shingle roof, fiber cement siding, lap siding. We're really excited about the project. We think it's a great looking project. Will fit, we think, really well with the character of the neighborhood and the overall Homefield development. This is the standalone clubhouse that we're proposing down kind of on the corner of 94th. It's about 500 feet north of State Avenue. But this would be where our leasing office is, our fitness center, our club room, dog wash, dog park across the street, pool. That will be all centrally located in the clubhouse. Just to jump right in this, I know you've all had a long night, so I don't want to belabor it. We've been working really closely with Director Hand and Byron. It's been great working with them. I think we're in agreement with all the conditions. I believe Director Hand has a few changes to a couple other conditions. But one condition I wanted to raise, just so you're aware, the UG's master plan for trails indicates that Marshall Creek should be a greenway trail. As we were working with staff on how that trail would work, what it would look like, we determined that actually Marshall Creek is a protected streamway and has a easement with the Corps of Engineers that prohibits any use within that streamway. So we are suggesting language you see above. The red is what was the original staff comment kind of before we uncovered all these issues. The blue at the end is what we are suggesting, and I won't speak for Director Hand. I'll let him comment if he's in agreement with this or not. But that just while we're working on final development plan, we will continue to work with staff on how to find out a solution that really meets the intent of the UG's Trail master plan. So with that, happy to take any questions or hear any community feedback that might be on the line as well.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the applicant? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting and we will go to Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Can everybody see my screen again?
Yes.
All right, so again, this project is out at the old Schlitterbahn site. As Mr. McGurk was saying, it's roughly this, they're gonna plat a parcel roughly right around here in the Schlitterbahn site, pretty much on top of the old annex, if you're familiar with that building out there. We've gone through the site plan. I think as Mr. McGurk mentioned, we've worked closely with the applicant to meet the multifamily design guidelines. We've left a couple of conditions of approval in the staff report so that we can continue to work with them moving forward. The Homefield project is actually coming to us in January. It's a bit of a moving target, so things kind of evolve. It doesn't directly impact this project, but it does the content within the parcel, but it does sort of on the perimeter. So one of the things we've been working with closely on them is we're expecting a lot of development on the other side to the, let's say, just west and south. The Homefield site, you can kind of see the ring road here of the future Homefield is in here. So it's adjacent to the major redevelopment of Schlitterbahn, but there will be additional sort of radial roads off that main circular road that will become sort of public streets. And so creating a public face on what will become a public street here. And here was a big issue for us, as well as sort of internal circulation. So we've left a lot of the standards, those sort of standard conditions to carry over so we can address them moving forward in final development plan. I wanted to bring up this specifically as Mr. McGurk mentioned. So there's a couple of changes. Basically what happened is in between draft staff reports and final staff reports that went out on Monday, that were uploaded on Friday, we got a revised site plan that addressed a lot of our comments, but we left some of the old staff report, left some of the old conditions of approval. So we wanted to change those as the site plan had changed. Namely, they have addressed our concern for number 2 in terms of creating better internal circulation. So we're recommending that this number 2 be struck from the staff report. It is better picked up and continues to be addressed moving forward if you recommend approval on condition number 7. Similarly, condition number 3 said buildings 3 and 5. Things had moved around, so it's actually now building 4 and in between the building 4 and a trash enclosure. That's another typo. I apologize for that. And then they had also balanced the amenities across the site as we had suggested. And so we want to continue moving with that condition moving forward, but we don't need to specifically address this section of 94. So we recommend it being stopped at period. So this is my fault. There are typos essentially in the staff report that didn't get picked up. And then regarding number 8, we are in agreement with Mr. McGurk and his proposed change for that. And to do that, I wanted to bring over the map yet again, just to show you and give you all a little bit of context of what we're talking about. So can everybody see my screen still of the map?
We don't see the map. We still see the red lines.
Okay, hold on. There, you see it now?
Yes.
So this is the old Schlitterbahn site. Essentially, the Millhouse development is going to be in a parcel that's going to be created right here. And what you have is Marshall Creek here and Marshall Creek here. And if you zoom out a little bit, eventually it winds its way all the way up to Wyandotte County Lake right here. You can see it right there. Again, in the trails, sidewalk and trails master plan, this is a designated greenway. And typically what we would ask the applicant to do is to help us build that greenway, and then we would sort of take ownership of it and maintain it. But what we encounter is an easement that was created during the Schlitterbahn development with the federal government that doesn't allow you to do anything inside this parcel. We can't even walk on it, let alone ride a bike or build trail or any of that measure. So it cuts us off, not just for the section of trail that would have been built by Millhouse, but obviously the section of trail that would have been built by Homefield. They run up against this parcel, which is basically conserved in perpetuity, which is a good thing. So we're working on an alternative with them right now to address that circulation and basically get us up to the point where we would connect with that trail here. And that's why 8 is rewritten as such. There's still a lot to go in on that, and we got to figure that out between final development plan and now. So we believe the rewritten condition will carry us forward if recommended for approval tonight. And with that, with those changes in the approval, we would ask you that we would recommend approval.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Can you go back to the very first map?
Yes.
The one that shows where the annex building was. So the annex building is where?
Here.
Right there. Okay, and so that will be eliminated. And then the other area where the existing park is that at some point going to be eliminated as well? The water park.
The whole thing's going to get redeveloped.
All right.
Whole thing. So you saw in Mr. McGurk's presentation, there was loosely like a big circle with some of the youth sports and other stuff in here. Generally speaking, it's a big redevelopment in creating a new circle, and then they have a whole nother development around it, filling in some of the parcels down here and here, and then growing to some of the things that Schlitterbahn never ended up developing in their master plan. So their plan is to sort of rethink the same site, but it's still a regional, if not national destination.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Reasons.
Yeah, Hunter, this is for you. What's changing from, because this was all kind of
Commissioner Reasons, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Not residential type use, and by putting apartments there, aren't we now kind of pulling away from what? Can you hear me better now?
No, can you go back to, go ahead and start again.
Yeah.
There we
Okay.
go.
So originally this was all supposed to be, commercial, kind of using it for, tourist attractions or businesses. And now we're looking to put apartments in here. Is that still what the master plan is wanting to kind of develop more residential in this area? Or are we still trying to be more of a destination spot in this area?
I think Homefield is shooting for a both and situation here. As I think what we've been working with, and this is again a little bit outside of this development proposal, but to speak to the larger Homefield redevelopment site, what we've been working with them on is State Avenue is still our primary transit and TOD corridor as defined by our corridor studies and master plans. We recognize that 435 here, and we already have Menards and a couple other uses that are predominantly, big box automobile oriented. So what we've been working with them on is to develop this corner as per the master plan, as more of a retail neighborhood node. And then it grows to sort of the more regional retail as you get closer to the freeway along 98th Street. And so what Millhouse's project does, it caps in that that retail node that we're hoping happens into the southwest quadrant, again, where the bus infrastructure is currently along State Avenue. And then it kind of gets more, let's just say, green and rural as you go north on 94th. There's potentially maintaining a lot of the River Creek and some of the RV parking that was proposed by Schlitterbahn originally. So less intensive uses over here towards more big box uses on 98th Street and closer to 435. So it's kind of got it all. It's a huge site. But yes, it is intended to be a regional draw with this component that supports that neighborhood retail node that we hope to create, kind of more of a walking node, similar to what we were talking about. If you can remember the Woodlands discussion, there was the corner of 99th. We wanted to have that be kind of in the spirit of the Piper Master Plan, that retail. Now, this will be much different in size and scope and density, but we think that we've been working with Homefield to hopefully, and you'll see some of this in January, maintaining that corner as kind of a walkable traditional neighborhood development, if you will, supporting the Homefield site so people could potentially walk to that deep retail, and then obviously maintaining this sort of different type of retail along 98th Street.
Okay. And then my last question is, so is this going to be residential living, or are they looking to turn this into rental places for people coming to a destination? So we're now going to be having a bunch of Airbnbs pop up because of this.
Mr. McGurk?
Yeah, no, these are for rent, long-term. We don't do Airbnb. We don't do any short-term rentals. We are a apartment developer and operator. So I don't think you have anything to worry about on that front.
And I would
Appreciate
just,
it. Thank you much.
they would need an SUP if they ever did want to do an Airbnb.
Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. I'll need three. One on the master plan amendment, correct? Change of zone and then plat?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion for the master plan amendment.
Motion to approve the master plan amendment, subject to the stipulations along with the amended stipulations and corrections by staff.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Conley. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment MP-2020-9, subject to the staff's revised comments and conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I'll need a motion for change of zone.
Motion to approve the change of zone, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Miller. This is for change of zone. Roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone 3244, subject to the staff's revised conditions and comments in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I'll need a final motion on the plat.
Motion to approve the final plat, subject to staff comments and conditions.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Conley. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the preliminary plat, subject to the revised conditions and staff comments, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021, before the Board of Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the commission. Hope you can get to bed soon.
Thank you. If not, I may need one of those apartments because my wife's going to give me the boot.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our special use permit applications. And before I call the first one, again, because of upgrading our program that we use for notices and agendas and everything, special permit 99 is shown as the last special permit. It will not move over to its correct space, but I am going to call it after special permit 90. Our first special use permit is SP-2020-90, Teresa Brentz, home occupation special use permit for arts and crafts production and storage at 2909 North 74th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brents, are you in the audience? If you would, please raise your hand so I can unmute you. There you are. Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
My name is Teresa Brents. I live at 2909 North 74th Street in Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. I'm here tonight to present the information regarding to converting a small bedroom into a craft room in order for me to do my craft work. I've already held and met all the qualifications so far. I've had my Zoom meeting. Due to the COVID-19, that was the easiest way for me. I submitted the agenda, the self-affidavit. I've also sent out all the notices and requirements that was asked of me. So at this time, I'm just asking for my permit and license.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone here tonight that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get Director Hand's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is another one that came through us through the business licenses. On that request, the applicant had asked, had mentioned there would be some storage, so it's as simple as that for us. We see no support to date, should say none to date. There's also been no opposition, no NOVs on the property. We recommend approval for 2 years.
Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve subject to the staff stipulations.
Motion made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Buey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Mueller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP-2020-90, subject to the comments in the staff report and the conditions outlined by staff, passes. 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Brents. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021 before the Board of Commissioners at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-99. Kirk Markison with International Food Products. Special use permit for a temporary office trailer. Their special use permit SP 2016-89 expired on 12/1/2018 at 6721 Kansas Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Markison, I have you unmuted and ready to go. If you give us your name and address, please, for the record, tell us about your project.
Kirk Markison, 5004 Northwest Merrimack Avenue, Riverside, Missouri, 64150. This trailer has been in place since 2018. It is an office trailer. Apparently the permit ran out because notifications were not actually sent through the mail. They were emailed to incorrect email addresses. So once I found out about it, I went ahead and applied for the renewal of this trailer right there. Had our community meeting, sent all the letters out. Nobody showed up. It was a Zoom meeting or a phone call. I did have, I can't think of her. She was on earlier with Turner area. She did give me a call and said they had no issues with this trailer as it sits.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? I see Commissioner Connolly.
Yes, I guess my question is, so you saying that on your special use permit that you have posted, there was no expiration date? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I came in at the very end of this project in 2018. Everything had already been done, so I did not realize that a permit needed to be renewed. Not realize that until a UG employee stopped in and said, noticed this trailer was here, and checked, and we didn't have the permit. And in further discussions with that gentleman, he said, well, we've been sending emails. And I asked him, which emails have you been sending these to? And emails were going to two previous employees, one that had not been there for probably a good year and a half, and the other one I was his replacement. So those emails were going to basically going to trash because those emails had been discontinued at that point in time.
Oh, so how would you, I'm assuming, how would you fix that? You would update when you changed employees or changed email addresses to staff, you would email and let them know, or someone from your company would
let what, UG know, or what?
Yeah, let them know that you changed email and the same person.
Most likely, probably not. Our corporate office is in Fenton, Missouri. So, the best way to do that is just to, send a physical letter through the mail to that address, and then that would be picked up by whoever the new plant manager or the appropriate personnel would be picked up, opened, and then at that point it could be dealt with.
Well, I guess, there's an expiration date on the permit itself.
And like I said, I came in to this project. So when I went to look, I do not know what the previous plant manager did with that permit. I don't know where he posted it. I couldn't find it in any files. So I do not know where that work went.
All right. So I guess since you're here tonight, is it something that you think that you can do to remedy that? Besides us having to send a letter, I don't know if we send letters out like that or not. We usually send an email. What's a remedy to where you could fix this if we approved you tonight?
We send a courtesy, but it is incumbent upon the applicants and the people that hold these permits to get their permits. It's their responsibility to get them done. It's not ours. So what he's asking, Mr. Markison, is what are you going to do to make sure that we're not 2 years past your expiration date having this discussion and grilling you over the fire over something that is your responsibility to get done? So
Right.
I think what Mr. Connolly, who's very stringent about our expiration dates, wants to hear from you as a plan, so we don't have to go through this again.
What I've done since I have arrived here, I have gone through all of the permits that we have to have. There is now a binder that I have in my office that my assistant plant manager has access to. And I basically have all of my required permits in that binder. So from here on forward, that binder can be referenced.
Okay, so you've got a plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's what Mr. Connolly wants. He's very sticky about these expiration dates, and that's what I
Yep.
was trying to cut through the weeds and get to an answer.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions for the applicant? I just have one quick one. How long is this temporary trailer going to be at this facility? And is there a plan to convert this into a permanent structure?
There is currently no plan to convert this into a permanent structure. So this will be indefinite. And from what I understood from the gentleman, he said the first 3 years you have to get a permit, a renewal permit every year. And then I think it was every 3 years after that, or 5 years. So there is no plan to make this permanent.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute with staff. Any other questions for the applicant before we open up the public portion of the meeting? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion. Is there anyone in the audience that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request tonight? Raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Regarding this project for a temporary office trailer, again, as the applicant said, it did lapse in 2018. It's been in approval since 2016. There have been no NOVs. As you can see, there's no opposition or support for the project, except that was mentioned earlier today in the applicant's testimony. It sounds like he did get one comment of support previous. Regarding the delay and a couple other things, obviously it is the applicant's responsibility to keep their permits. This one was a part of our courtesy review this year for lapsing SUPs. When we consistently didn't get responses from our emails and otherwise, our zoning enforcement officer went out and talked to Mr. Markson accordingly. Staff had a couple of conditions of approval here, but namely, we decided to recommend for only a 1-year extension of this trailer. We do expect this is a special use permit. They are not meant to be permanent, to make temporary things permanent. So we would encourage the applicant to find a permanent solution, and we recommend 1 year to make that happen.
Okay, questions for staff, and I guess I will start. Since the applicant has indicated that they are not working towards that, does that have any bearing on tonight? I mean, they've said they're not planning on building a permanent structure.
Not for our recommendation. It could be for your recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for motion, and the recommendation is for approval for a period of 1 year for the applicant to come up with a permanent structure to replace it. Is that correct? All right, thank you. Questions, motion?
I move to approve for 1 year, subject to the stipulations, subject to staff stipulations and suggestions.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to approve for 1 year made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Moeller. Any discussion on the Miller-Moeller motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Bowler,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP-2020-99 for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021, before the Board of Commissioners at 7 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is special use permit SP-2020-100, Mark Murdoch with Sullivan Palmer Architects. Special use permit for an outdoor event space for Chateau Avalon at 701 Village West Parkway. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and were contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. This time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Question for you, Director Hand. How does the decision made by the Board of Zoning Appeals affect this application for the special use permit? Or does it?
The variance denied their parking arrangement.
Okay.
Of course, they can continue on with their appeals to the municipal court if they so choose. This is for the site plan, excuse me, this is specifically for the special events use. So
Okay.
I think we can move forward unless the applicant wants to continue for whatever reason.
All right, thank you. Mr. Murdoch? Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, once again, and tell us about your project.
Mark Murdoch, Sullivan Palmer Architects, home address 8116 Mercer Street, Kansas City, Missouri. And this project is to request for a special use permit for an outdoor special event space at the address of 701 Village West Parkway at the Chateau Avalon Hotel. And at this time, we would like to kind of regroup based on our decision from earlier during the BZA and request a continuance, please.
How long of holdover are you wanting to request?
Just a month, please, if possible.
Okay. That's fine. I will ask if there's any, I want to go ahead and ask, first of all, is there any questions from the commission on the request for holdover? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone here tonight that wanted to speak to this application in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and I will go to Director Hand for his comments and the request for holdover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This was tied to BOZA 2406. Again, there's been no, there's a current NOV on the property as they built structure without a building permit, as we've discussed in length at the BOZA hearing. We've seen no opposition nor support for this project, but we were going to recommend approval for 2 years. But the 100+ parking spaces is still an outstanding question here. So we are okay with continuance.
Okay, is holding it over for 30 days, is that enough time to possibly get this worked out, or are we able to extend it one more time if for some reason in 30 days we can't, or should we go for 60 and then if we get it worked out, they can bring it back in 30? What's the better way to handle it for the applicant to best
Right.
give them the opportunity to get things worked out so we can get their project approved?
Right, that's correct, Mr. Chair. We can only continue for up to 60 days. So that's our maximum. If they want to do it in 30-day increments, that's their business. But I think it would, based on the way it's gone with this project, I would recommend we continue for 60. And if they want to make it by January, then they have to hit the deadlines, which are rapidly.
But if we make it for 60 and they get it done earlier, they can come back to us quicker?
Ms. Parker, is that correct?
Can the motion be for not to exceed 60 days, or I don't know.
I
I want to give them enough. Okay, Mr. Waters.
I think once the date is set, we can't shorten it. So
Okay,
I
you're
think
right.
we
For
do
public
30
notices and
then
things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to give them plenty of time. I don't want to cut them short. Mr. Murdock, you still want 30 or?
Yeah, if we, obviously, if 30 doesn't appear to be enough, I mean, I will absolutely reach out and see if there's any way to continue it once more, if that's a possibility.
And Gunnar, is that a possibility?
Yes, up to 60.
Okay.
All right. We just want to make sure, sir, that we give you enough time to try to get things worked out to get your project moving forward.
Understood, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so the request is for a 30-day holdover, and any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion for a 30-day holdover made by Commissioner Mueller, seconded by Commissioner Reasons. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the January 11, 2021 meeting passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Great, thank you. Mr. Murdock, good luck, and we'll see you in 30 days.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-102, Whispering Pines Homes Association. Special use permit for fill material and earth moving in order to construct a silt dam and place excess fill material on adjacent property at 3315 North 128th Street and 12820 Sloan Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and of the documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Jones?
I got a letter from the Unified Government because I live in proximity to the project.
You're within the notice area?
Yeah.
All right,
That's
thank
correct.
you. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here from Whispering Pines Homes Association? Okay, I'm seeing Mr. Blodig. Excuse me if I pronounced your name wrong.
You had it right the first time, and it's Mrs. Blodig.
Mrs. Blodig.
Yeah, this is Allison. I just feel like the area where they're proposing to place the silt, which is kind of smelly and it won't grow anything, is in a beautiful area that was just reseeded. They ran
Okay,
the
real quick, Mrs. Blodig, are you with the Homes Association asking for the request or not?
Oh, I'm sorry. I live in the home.
Okay, can you hold
Yes,
that thought?
I will.
Who is here on behalf of the Homes Association making the request? Do we know, Janet, who made the request or who's representing the Whispering Pines HOA? Anyone in the audience? Well, it doesn't sound like Mrs. Blodig is going to. Okay, Armand, are you here representing the HOA for this request?
I am not, but I believe it's Jackie. I don't know her last name, but she's over our homeowners association.
And we don't see her online, right? So
she's a police officer here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Director
Okay,
Ham.
we've been working with a Mr. Jonathan Beers of the Homes Association.
Jonathan who?
That may be her husband. I'm not sure her husband's name, but maybe her husband. I think they're both on
Okay, so is the applicant on the call?
Doesn't look like it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and Director Han, can you give us a brief synopsis of what they want to do, and then we're going to go to public comment and hear from, I'm sorry, Mrs. Blodig and Armand. So real quick.
Yeah, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So this application is for earth and fill. Essentially, they have out in the Piper area, essentially they have a pond that's been collecting silt and it needs to get dredged. And so they want to dredge the pond and simply move it on the other side of the street over into this parcel of land here. They have not supplied an erosion control plan. So one of our conditions of approvals is to have an erosion control plan. Our biggest concern is essentially if you're moving dirt from one side of the street to another, you're going to get that street pretty dirty. So without an erosion control plan, and considering that this parcel does have a creek within it, there's quite a bit of mitigation that needs to happen, and we need to see those plans before we can move forward. So that is our condition of approval, but it's as simple as dredging the lake and moving the dirt across the street.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to, I'm sorry. Tell me the last name again, Blodig or Blodig?
Blodig.
Blodig. Okay. Mrs. Blodig. Go ahead and tell us your concerns again, please.
I'm sorry, it's kind of late. So
that's all right.
One of the concerns that I have is that most of the people in the association don't really understand what's happening. There was an initial start to do this, and we've paid some money, and because the correct permits weren't obtained. But right now we're proposing to move this silt, which is anaerobic, full of nutrients, but actually won't grow anything. It's full of silt, into a beautiful area across the street that was just reseeded. And actually, I don't think we've explored all of our options. In fact, I've found another option that I think that we should explore, but the problem is that the association doesn't seem super open to hearing from its constituency. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. There's a place on Parallel that is accepting, he wants fill dirt, and it's within a mile. And I think that if we did some coordination, we could take that fill, not put it into a beautiful area, and move it to a place where someone actually needs it and wants it. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Armand, did you want to speak to this case for or against?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Armand Peggy. My address is 12709 Edith Avenue, Kansas City,
My
Kansas.
hand was up. I had a question for the last.
I'm sorry, Armand. Mr. Connolly, do you have a
Okay,
question
I can
for Ms. Blodig?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Blodig?
Ms. Blodig, you're still on the call, correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Connolly.
I guess my question is, did the homeowners association vote on this or anything like that?
No, we
Kind of breaking up.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so no, we asked to have a meeting for it. We asked to have a Zoom meeting, and it was denied.
I don't know if it's me or if it's.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Blodig. Now, Armand, now we'll go to you. I can't mute you, but go ahead. Armand? Armand? Now I've lost him. Armand? All right, I'm going to come back to him. I'm going to go to Mr. Thomas, John Michael. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Chairman Carson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So my fiance and I are new residents to this neighborhood, and we've really enjoyed the walking trails that are available. And we really agree with the Blodigs, as well as whenever Armand gets on the line, that we feel that the silt that will be dumped in that area will be a visual as well as smell disturbance that we would prefer not to have, and think that there's alternative methods that can be used. And just for the record, and I apologize for not saying the address, but we're at 12710 Sewell Avenue.
Thank you. All right, so you're opposed and think that there are additional or alternative methods.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. We will now go back to Armand.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You need me to state my name and address again?
If you would, please.
Okay, Armand Piggy, 12709 Edith Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. Okay, and
Okay.
I'm opposed to dumping it across the street, but we do need to do something about the pond. Just for the simple fact that it's the largest or second largest pond that we have in the neighborhood, and it, you know, it has value. There's a few homes back there where they were on the pond, but now they're not. They're just kind of on you know, some silt and dirt that's filled in the back of the pond. So you know, it's probably kind of a split neighborhood probably on this, but everybody would agree that that area is where the trail is. There's I don't know if it's a natural stream, but it looks like it. And when they did dump it over there, no one was happy about it. So you know, I'm in disagreement on trying to do that, but I do think we need to figure out something for the pond. So hopefully they can figure something out with that, but that's really all I had to say about that. And
can you just clarify, there has been some dumping there in the
they
past?
are right. It does draw a lot of dirt in the street right in front of my house. So every time I pulled into my driveway, I was running over dirt and bringing it all up in my driveway.
And this is from
in my
this
garage.
This is from dumping that's going now. Where's this dirt you're running into, sir? Are they doing dumping now? All right.
Actually been suspended.
Yeah, Chairman Carson, it was suspended, I believe, by UG
Okay.
while things were pending.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, did you have anything else that you were adding? Your hand was up, but I'm assuming that's what you wanted to say.
That's correct. Sorry, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, question, Commissioner Jones.
My question is for Mrs. Blodig. It sounds like she had a real viable solution, or at least an alternative solution to present to the homeowners association, but it sounded like you said they didn't seem receptive. Do you know why, especially given what your solution is? It's not wanted, somebody else wants it. And my follow-up question would be, the person that wants it, are they willing to come and get it?
They actually, okay, so in answer to your first question, it kind of goes along with the fact that we've asked to meet and talk about it, and we have not been allowed to do so. They say because of COVID, we can't get together, and we've asked for a Zoom meeting to discuss options, and they just have not been open to that. So I have not been able to present the option to the board. It is a viable solution, I do believe, and I spoke to the home or the property owner who needs this filled dirt, and he needs 160,000 cubic feet. So I think it'll take a little bit of coordination because of the wetness of the earth and all of that, but I think we could get it done. And he does have a semi, and he will come pick it up as long as we don't drip wet soil as we transfer it. So that's what I mean about the coordination.
So let me ask you this, Ms. Blodig, are you supportive of a holdover till we can get with the association to actually hear more from them, or are you supporting just an outright denial of the application?
I would actually like to see the pond. I don't live on the pond, but I do agree that it is a benefit to the entire community. So I'd like to see it rectified, and there are some underlying conditions that also need to be rectified. So I do want to see it fixed. So I'd like to hold it over so that we can discuss it further.
Thank you. Any other questions before I go to Director Hand for his comments? And was there a community meeting on this, Ms. Blodig, or Mr. I'm sorry, I can't see all the names. John Michael.
No.
There was not a community meeting. Well, then we have a problem with that right off the bat. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. Ms. Jones, did you have another question?
Yes.
Because at this point, if they didn't have a community meeting, I think we need to hear from Director Hannah what we can and cannot do at this point.
And what I'd like to do at this point, if I could, Chairman Carson, and perhaps we have to ask Patrick, but I'd like to speak twofold on this because I am in proximity, and I don't know that there's been a neighborhood meeting either with what Mrs. Blodig said and with what the other residents have said. I'd like to go on the record as speaking in opposition because I'm not sure why the neighborhood association would not pursue at least having dialogue about what sounds like a really viable solution.
Recuse herself.
Okay.
She should be recusing herself, right?
Yes, she should.
I guess what I'm hearing is probably since you're in the notice area, Mrs. Jones, you need to recuse yourself. Is that correct, Director Hand? Do you think that's appropriate given that she's in the notice area?
I mean, I'll defer to legal, but that would be my recommendation, and that is what we talked about at our annual meeting.
Right,
and I didn't have time earlier to call Patrick. Well, I didn't call Patrick earlier. I did call Patrick and left a voicemail just so you know about this potentially being an issue. I thought we had another case where I was told, but maybe that was incorrect, that you could speak on both accounts. So I would definitely be willing to recuse myself.
So under the UG Code of Ethics, you typically look at whether someone either has a financial stake in the issue or there's an appearance of a conflict. And so if you feel like, given your proximity to it and a potential interest in the outcome, if there's even an appearance, it's probably best to recuse.
So I agree with that, Patrick, because I don't even want the appearance of that, so I will recuse myself. Do I need to go off camera?
It is your decision. It's your decision.
Yeah, it's your decision, Ms. Karen, as far as what you want to do.
Okay, well, I don't want the appearance of some sort of impropriety, but especially since I would like to go on the record, given what I've heard, of opposing and a continuance to get with the homeowners association.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Reasons, and then I'm going to hear from Director Hand as to whether or not there's a recommendation for a holdover or what he wants to do. So, Commissioner Reasons.
Yes, Commissioner Jeff. The big issue on this, this happened to me where I was in the area, and after having a long discussion with some of the staff on UG, even including Doug and some of the others down there at the commission, yeah, it's best to recuse ourselves from voting on it. But the issue that I had, they had me go back into a room where I couldn't even speak on behalf because it did directly affect me personally because it was in my neighborhood. And so they said, you need to recuse yourself, but you probably could sit in on the comments and stuff. But yeah, as far as voting, they said, just from an appearance standpoint, you should recuse yourself. And that because this was a big issue that we had last year on my specific property as well. So
okay, well, given the fact that the association did not appear tonight to present their case, and given the fact that it does not appear that they had a community meeting, I'm not sure that there's much we can do tonight with this. So I'm going to close the comments. I'm going to go to Director Hand for his comments so that we can move on.
Mr. Chair, again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. We did receive notification from the applicant that they held a neighborhood meeting. Now, considering COVID-19, we changed our protocol for holding neighborhood meetings, so you could essentially send out an email and receive comments back. That's one of the multiple options we've given. They said they did that, and they said that they got one person to respond in support of the project. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask the people in attendance today if they've received that email requesting information about, and that is the quote meeting that they were supposed to have.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Blodig first. Did you receive an email notification about this case? Any type of communication about it?
We actually did. And It's just not been a good experience through that before. We had asked for a meeting before and then they said, hey, just send us your responses. And I think me personally, I didn't feel like they were listening to
Did you
other
respond?
conversation.
Did you respond at all?
Earlier I did, not to that specific email. I did not.
John Michael. Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry. I apologize for keep calling you by your first name, but your last name keeps getting cut off. So did you receive
okay.
the email and did you make a comment back?
Yes. So actually, there's also a message board where this was posted because there was a whole host of email issues that was going on with the board, and so we did not. My household did not respond directly back to that email, but we did message on the messaging board through the HOA system to try to further document because there have been emails that have apparently gone, away, if you will.
So you made an attempt to contact the association.
Yes, that's correct.
Through another avenue. Okay. Mr. Armand, did you receive an email and did you have a correspondence back?
I didn't receive an email. I would have to verify with my wife, but there's just been a lot of talk between neighbors. And there's probably more displeasure with what was going on than anything else. And I know it was a petition going around for us to have a meeting, via Zoom or some sort of meeting that way.
Okay.
About the situation, and that
has not happened yet.
That kept being denied. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to go to Katie. I have not heard from you before, but can you go ahead and give us your name and address?
Yes, sir. My name is Kathy Hooper, and I live at 12703 Sewell Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109.
Okay. Did you get a correspondence from the Homes Association asking for feedback on this request?
I did get a letter from the Homeowners Association, but they were asking for any questions about the proposed project. They did not ask if we were opposed to it or for it. They just wanted to know if we had any questions and to submit those. Yes, and submit those to the Whispering Pines email address no later than November 30th. And I did put on the community board a question about our contractor and what the cost of the project had been, what the UG had decided when work was stopped, what the plan was moving forward and what those costs were, because they've said that there will be additional costs that the homeowners are going to have to pay to have the work finished. I sent that to APD as a request response, and that was deleted or closed, and then nothing. My first response was deleted, so I reposted it over the weekend again, but there's been no communication to that.
Okay, so you have not received any feedback to your request either?
No.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, Director Hand, based on those comments from the neighbors.
Yeah, again, if you look in your staff reports, it's the last attachment. There is an affidavit from Mr. Jonathan Beers that he did send out this email. Looks like we did get some responses, but you've heard me say this before. You can never do enough community engagement. And it sounds like we may have that situation here with this case in particular.
What's your recommendation?
Considering the request, considering that they did not submit an erosion control plan and that we're part of a condition of approval here was to seek additional information that could be either a better plan so that, this fill doesn't end up, we have some erosion issues, whether it's on the creek or on the path or what have you on the fill site, and that there may be alternatives. I would recommend a continuance of another 30 days. I don't think it's all that complicated.
Okay. Would that give them time to have another meeting? They need to have another meeting, or would you request that they have another community meeting or seek input?
I don't think we would require another public meeting because they did technically meet our requirements, but I think we could definitely send them back to come up with alternatives and develop an erosion control plan for us.
All right. All right. Thank you. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to hold over per the staff's recommendation for 30 days.
Second.
A motion to hold over for 30 days made by Commissioner Reason, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Miller, Commissioner Miller,
He's saying aye, but we can't hear
Okay.
him.
Mulder,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the January 11th, 2021 meeting passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, I have a request from Commissioner Ernst.
We might request to the people who are still on the phone who were opposed that they respond to the email.
Yes, and I thank you all for your participation tonight, but yeah, I think you should probably respond to that email so that we can see what kind of feedback we get in 30 days from the representatives of the Homes Association when they have to reappear. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ernst, for that. And then with that, I've got a request for a 5-minute break so that some people can use the restroom and so on and so forth. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene and finish up the agenda very quickly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. No yawning, Janet. It's not Tuesday yet.
Let me tell you something. I'm tired.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 back on. 5, 6. We got 6, so we're ready to go.
Okay, let's.
We've got. We're ready to roll. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and Janet, if you would please call the next case.
The next application is special use permit SP-2020-103. Megan Painter with CHWC. Special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb, which would be above Epic Clay Studio at 611 North 6th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Painter, are you in the audience? Okay, there you go. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
Hello, my name is Megan Painter. I reside at 4154 Harrison Street in KCMO, but I work over at CHWC.
And can you tell us real quickly about your project?
Yep, so what we're looking at is extending our arts-based placemaking initiatives in the area and creating an ambassador suite. So we found that, we have a lot of people visiting who are looking to invest in the area or to learn from our area. And we just want to provide a more curated experience for them rather than just a hotel room. So this is one of our ideas in order to do that. So for example, I have a marketing consultant coming in who's going to be looking at doing some marketing work for us, market study when it comes to some other housing that we're planning on doing, and we want to make sure that he has a good experience.
Okay, great, thank you. And there won't be anybody on site other than downstairs during the day. Is that correct? There's nobody who's on
but
site.
then next door we'll have probably an artist in residence. So the other apartment at some point will have someone living up there too.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request tonight? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No opposition, no support, no NOVs. We've applied the standard conditions to short-term rentals as we've been developing over the last year. As there is no on-site manager as per our protocol, and this is their initial request for this SUP, we recommend approval for 1 year.
Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Connolly, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Bowler,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application subject to the staff's conditions passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-104, Brian Curtin with National Beef, special use permit for a temporary trailer to take employee temperatures during inclement weather related to COVID at 100 Osage Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Okay, Mr. Curtin, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you could give us your name and address, please tell us about your project.
Brian Curtin, 100 Osage Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. We have a temperature taking trailer on the north end of the property to shuttle people in a safe manner, because currently we are utilizing our north entrance, having people stand outside, and as the weather gets colder, it's uncomfortable, and we can't really maintain that social distancing as people try to hurry inside to get their temperatures taken. So we propose this trailer on site, have people enter through the south portion of the trailer, make their way in, get their temperature taken. One of the main reasons we have this trailer is to accommodate our temperature taking equipment. It's a handheld scanner and needs to be acclimated to the room where it's at, and in order to take an accurate temperature before they can be released to go back into the building.
That makes sense. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. Seeing none, I'll close the public portion. We'll go to the Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, this is a retroactive approval of SUP. The trailer is there now. This is one of those extenuating circumstances where we let them do it for COVID-related purposes and then come in for an SUP. If you were to deny this SUP, it would be no different than a renewal. We just make them get rid of it as soon as possible. But we do have some conditions of approval to this. We are going to ask them to match the trailer to the primary structure. There are a couple of things related to the lighting, making sure that's pointed down. I don't believe there's any exterior lighting related to it, but that's a standard condition for things like this, just to make sure, as well as it got laid down on their site somewhere, making sure that there's still ADA parking and accessibility and things of that nature. So we recommend approval for 2 years. You could make the argument it'll be done in 1 year, but we went ahead and did 2 years as a standard protocol with the full expectation that they will not come in for renewal.
Questions for the director, Commissioner Reasons?
Yeah, Gunnar, I was just wondering how come we're not setting it up to where when the UG releases the COVID restrictions that they need to remove the trailer within so many days after that, rather than saying 2 years?
I wouldn't be against you guys augmenting the changes necessarily. Again, we're targeting, if the news is correct, then we're probably in a brave new world again in the fall. So either limiting it to a year or making it specific to tying it to another condition, we would be in support of.
I just think that would be a good idea, because I mean, yeah, if it is a brave new world and we're in here 4 years later, which pray to God we're not, but if we are, it just kind of seems, I mean, if it's truly just for taking temperature, we know they're not trying to set up new office space in there. It's just for this pandemic. It just kind of makes sense to say, okay, as long as the pandemic's going, great, but the minute the UG lifts it off, setting a deadline so many days after that needs to be removed.
It's your pleasure, correct? All right, thank you. Other questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Make a motion to approve with staff stipulations as they stand.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Mueller. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? This motion is for the period of time outlined in the staff report. Roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Commissioner Ernst.
Aye.
There you go. Thank you.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application subject to the staff's conditions passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. This will be heard once again, January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
That takes us to our vacation application, street vacation S-2020-12, Charles Day Lamothe with MWT Bulk Services LLC, vacation of a street at 1 and 1R Woodsweather Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
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 Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lamothe, I've got you unmuted. If you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project.
Yes, my name is Charles J. Lamothe. I go by Joe. I'm with MWT Bulk Services, address 1700 North Universal, Kansas City, Missouri, 64120.
Thank you.
Our company operates a small transload operation down right at the state line there, as you're seeing on the map. We are currently on the what would be just across the Missouri line. In Missouri is where our main scale house facility is. We're in the process now of running through the unified government to build a new facility on the ground that is just to the west of that, which is on the other side of the street that we're looking to vacate. The street that we originally put the application in because the original design of the space required with ingress egress required that there not be an intersection there. We've since changed that design, so it's not in conflict now. So we're basically moving forward with the application to, I guess, formalize a reality of this road, which has never been maintained and really starts at Woodsweather and ends just before the viaduct, and is only used by our company on either side of that, with access with control of both properties to vacate so that we're able to maintain and use it for our needs.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public, anybody in the audience tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. I'm seeing none, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get Director Hand's comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, specific to this vacating this road stub, it does dead end at the viaduct, underneath the viaduct. You can see from the pictures, it's an unimproved road. In fact, I don't even think it's named. It does have a stop sign at Woodsweather, which is good. But staff has just some standard conditions as it relates to vacations, but we actually recommend approval.
Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Connolly, seconded by Commissioner Moeller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this vacation application, subject to the staff's conditions, passes. 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 applications that we're going to hear together. Precision plat, preliminary and final plat for 3 lots, and plan review application PR-2020-30, Lance Scott with CFS Engineers. Preliminary and final plan review for a warehouse for Precision Cutting and Corn, LLC at 4520 and 4600 Shearer Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No. Mr. Sanders, I'm assuming you're here representing Mr. Scott?
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Precision that Mr. Scott was representing. So here
Okay.
to talk about the project, I'm with Precision Construction, 3155 Fiberglass Road in Kansas City, Kansas. That is not my child. I'm not sure who that was, but
That's okay. We need a cute little break every once in a while.
Well,
Governor always gives us
absolutely.
one. Subliminal. It's supposed to calm,
there you go.
supposed to calm
Well,
us down when we get past 10 o'clock.
Absolutely. This is all part of an industrial park that was essentially, I believe, plotted sometime circa in the 1980s, but has never been developed. It's you see the essentially the overview there. It's laid undeveloped for a long stretch of time. One of the challenges with this piece of property is it sits atop a very large shelf, which makes it very high in that area, creates grade issues, drainage issues for some of the surrounding property owners potentially, although that hasn't been much of an issue from what we hear. But beyond that, it makes it significantly costly to develop. And what we're here asking for today is to go through the prelim and ultimately the final site plan for how to develop this. Given some of the challenges with developing and with the market, given what it is, what we would like to do is, as we've proposed, is use this essentially for a laydown lot. What that will allow us to do is cash flow the development of that area, do everything necessary with the concept down the road. What we would like to put in there, the overall best use we believe that goes into that area is for a warehouse. And so that's our ultimate goal. But doing it this way, we can do it. We can cash flow it, we believe, and then ultimately see what the market brings us. And our hope is in the not too distant future, we'll be back with a nice, 50, 60,000 square foot building that we could put on that location.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that appeared tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. I am not seeing anyone. We'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Apologize, let me get my notes. This project, they're basically replatting to create 2 lots into 3, 2 and a common parcel. It also, through the replat, vacates a previously platted street. We've seen no letters of support or opposition. There's been no NOVs on the property. We did add some standard conditions. You can see it kind of in this. It's adjacent to single family subdivision and zoning up here. So we did ask for some buffering both on the public right of way and its adjacency to the public, the residences to the north. And again, it's kind of on a shelf above the use directly to the east of it, and then again it raises up to the single family homes up the hill sort of there. So It'll take a little bit for those trees to grow into maturity, but eventually it'll create a nice buffer as requested. And with those conditions of approval, we recommend approval.
Any questions for the director? I see one. Commissioner Ernst.
Did not ask on the previous vacation because I was pretty sure of the answer. But on this, I see fire hydrants. Are we sure there are no utility easements? Because we established last meeting that we don't do that.
The question is, are there easements?
Are there any utilities running through there? What we're vacating? Because last meeting we didn't. We
Right.
turned vacation because BPU didn't want to give up their access.
In order to do, if I could, I mean, if I could, we've analyzed on site locates out there. We're unaware of any utility easements through the area or any of those. So we're unaware of any. There was that road that was originally platted, but everything appears to run along the roadway. And then on Douglas, which is on the other side.
And then again, if you've ever been to Douglas, it's platted, but it's also basically an unimproved road west of 45th Street. Mr. Tangira, could you answer Mr. Ernst's question? We have our planning engineer division lead on the phone call with us regarding easements on the property.
Thank you, Ghana. Thank you, Chair. Martin Tangira, PE Planning Engineering. Could you rephrase your question again, Mr. Ernest? If I got it right, were you asking about easements?
Were there any utilities on the street that we were going to vacate?
None which I'm aware of at this point.
Okay, and again, the only reason I make the evening longer is last month we turned down a vacation because there were utilities on it that BPU wanted access to. I think this is a great thing. If there are, I still think it's a great thing. It just calls into question what we did before.
Right.
Yeah, on this, yeah.
To our knowledge, we're not affecting any utilities.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No.
Great. Commissioner Reasons.
Yeah, that one that I think that we're talking about, there were actually power lines buried underneath the road, and that's why they didn't vacate that road, because there's power and other utilities buried in that area, and that's why they didn't vacate that. So I think that's a little bit different situation than what we're seeing here.
Any other questions for the staff? Martin, thank you for being with us tonight, and thank you for hanging in there with us on this long evening. So I don't know that we needed your answer, but we felt like we should make you do something this evening.
Yep, I'm here. I'm still here.
Thank you. I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve subject to staff stipulations.
Mr. Chairman, we need to take the plat first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I need a
and then the
plat.
plan review.
Ms. Polly, Commissioner Polly, is your motion on the plat?
Yes, it is.
Plat approval? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Conley. Any discussion on motion to approve the plat? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Now I need a motion on the plan review, correct?
That is correct.
Commissioner Polly, Commissioner Connolly. Thank you. Motion approved by Commissioner Connolly. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Miller. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of Plan Review 30 subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. This will be heard once again on January 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next application is Providence Medical Center second plat, preliminary and final plat for 4 commercial lots at 8741, 8900, and 8909 Parallel Parkway. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Okay, Mr. McLaughlin,
Yes,
go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Tell us about your project.
yes, I'm Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads, address 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. This project is to create a new 5-acre lot, which is situated southeast of the main Providence Medical Center Hospital campus. Currently, there's a cancer treatment center located on campus, but the goal is to move their operations into a new approximately 30,000 square foot building on the proposed 5-acre lot, which will be a land lease. The cancer treatment center will come in separately with their own planning process. The aim here is to provide them with the canvas to work from. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically. I am not seeing anyone, so we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Ham for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is the replat of some land adjacent to Providence Medical Center for future development. As the applicant just mentioned, there's been no, sorry, I didn't go through my slides here. The replat does include 1 existing building. It'll create 4 other lots as a part of this. In total, 1 with an existing building. We had them remove a future building on one of those parcels as a part of that final plat. Again, as it's coming in the future. It's good to know what they're going to do with it. But again, it's not a part of this proposal. No development is a part of this replat. So we recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat, subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once
Nope.
again. No, it will not be. Sorry. This will not be heard again. You're approved.
Okay, we're down to our final 2 applications. The next one is Plan Review PR 2020-31. James Kopp with JE Real Estate, preliminary and final plan review for a fueling station and convenience store at 2104 Metropolitan Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Okay, yes, Mr. Is it Kopp or is it Coop?
Coop.
Coop, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. So go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
All right, James Coop, 8604 South Strout Road in Grain Valley, Missouri, 64029. And I actually have my architect and my engineer that will be given the project.
All right, is your engineer Mr. Woods?
That's the architect.
Okay. And I've got him queued up to speak. So Mr. Woods, if you want to go ahead, and who else do I need to be looking for?
Kevin Starrett is our civil engineer.
I see him on here as well. We'll get him queued up as well.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your time and your consideration. My name's Chris Woods. I am the architect of Woods Architecture, LLC. My address is 8509 West 145th Terrace, Overland Park, Kansas, 66223.
Thank you. Are you going to tell us about the project or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
A quick overview. James Coop and his partners have purchased both 2102 and 2104 Metropolitan Avenue. At 2102, it used to be a Save-A-Lot. They have converted it into a El Mercado Fresco food market. And now phase 2, if you will, would be to develop 2104 into what they want to brand as El Mercado Fresco Express. And it's going to be a food emphasized convenience store for snacks and with a full kitchen component. They will be offering an El Taco, a Mussolati's Pizza, and a Dunkin' Donuts Express within the store itself. They will not be selling any sort of alcoholic beverages. And of course, there is the gas station component with the 4 pumps, 8 dispenser locations. The lot itself was already somewhat developed with a couple of stormwater inlets and some underground storm water control systems, which Kevin Starrett can get further into. Having said that, it placed our building somewhat in the middle of the lot itself. We tried to push it back as far as possible from the street. We have the canopy between that and the entry. And, you know, of course, we consider our tanker trucks access and parking toward the store itself with the front facade facing the pumps for security reasons. Having said that, if there's any questions, please let me know. We'll try to answer everything we can.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants, excuse me, we'll go back to Commissioner Muller.
I'm sorry, is this essentially a pad site?
Yes, it'll be a 3,500 square foot convenience store. And I believe there should be some site plan right there. Yeah. So the upper portion is the 3,500 square foot convenience store, and then the square at the lower portion there is the canopy itself.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting. Go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a hand Director of Planning.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Got it almost.
Getting there. Right. So we've been working with the applicant on this project. We've added things as per the commercial design guidelines, like a couple of sidewalks and pedestrian access to the main building. As you can see from the site, it's probably a little bit better to look at it here. There's a significant drop in elevation from here to here. So it is a constrained site. Well, we do have, again, some conditions of approval as it relates to the commercial design guidelines and other things moving forward, but we would request that the City Planning Commission specifically note and approve this with the deviation from their commercial design guidelines. We've had this conversation a couple of times about this, where the commercial design guidelines doesn't want automobile-centric lanes or drive-throughs for fast food, or in this case, pumps out front. We like to see the convenience store at the side to the up front with the pumps to the side of it. But again, this is a very rectangular north-south lot. There are enough site constraints that we do recommend approval, but it does require your deviation as per your design guidelines.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Approve subject to staff stipulation.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Ewing,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this plan review, subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Will it be heard again?
Yes, it will.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. This will be heard once again, January 7th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next application is Plan Review PR 2020-34, John Martin with Christie Development Associates, preliminary and final plan review for Kansas City, Kansas Community College Student Housing Project at 7340 State Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 14, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I've got you queued up and ready to speak. If you'd go ahead and give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your project here.
Hi, I'm John Martin. My address is 9400 Reeds Road, Overland Park, Kansas, 66207. With me, when we started the evening, I had a bunch of people that are really interested in getting this project completed. And I'm not sure how many are still here, but I had Dr. Greg Mosier, the CEO of the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, along with Michael Beach, the CFO of the college, Dr. Wilfina Wilson, who is the head of student affairs, along with the Pat Bruni, who was on the board of trustees, David Christie, who's my partner with Christie Development Associates, our architects, Matt Cortez, Lucas Brooks with GMLV, and David Pipes with Congo Construction, are all part of the team that has been working on this project now for approximately 4 months. We've been met with the staff multiple occasions. We've reviewed the staff comments and agree with the comments made and are available for any questions or comments.
This looks like a great project for the community college. Are there questions from the commissioners? Can you tell us again how many units there are going to be? And
so Chairman,
see your presentation.
If Dr. Mosier is still on?
Yes, he is, and he's queued up, ready to speak. He just needs to unmute.
Great. Dr. Mosier?
Maybe not. Oh, here we go. He's unmuted. Dr. Mosier? He is unmuted.
well, maybe has a technical issue. Anyway,
Could be.
the plan is for 73 individual apartments on the project. Occupancies from 2 to 4 people per apartment. Approximate total occupancy of the building would be between 250 and 270 students, including, that would include the supervisory staff and the resident assistants.
Good evening. I'm sorry, I had a secondary mute on my mic, so I had to hit 2 different buttons.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mosier.
Yeah, thank you, John, for covering that. This is an exciting project for the college. As Mr. Martin just mentioned, there'll be 260 beds in the facility. 250 of those will be for student, and about 10 of them for staff and resident assistants. So we're looking forward to this project and what it will bring the community.
Fantastic. Commissioner Ernst, did you have a question? I saw your hand up a minute ago. Commissioner Ernst?
No, sir. I had the answer to the question when he was unable to get on.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant and their team? Okay, is there anyone in the audience that is not on the team or asleep that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I am not seeing anyone, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand for the last time. Director of Planning and Urban Design. I think what's important to note here on this project is because it's a project within and of the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, it does not require a master plan amendment because it already is medium density, so that's fine. Nor does it require a change of zone because of the applicant. It is in R1 zone, I believe, and would be something around RP4, RP5, probably RP5. So because it will be owned, operated, and maintained by Kansas City, Kansas Community College, it does not require that change of zone. We would like, if you were to recommend approval, to add a condition to this project as well. I apologize, there's been quite a few this month of additions. To add a condition where if it were to ever change hands or be sold or operated and managed by others, that they would have to come back and get a change of zone.
Okay. Any questions for the director?
I'd just like to correct him that this is not, we will hear from him just the last time tonight.
Any other questions?
No questions from the college for the director.
Okay, I will then stand for a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Conley, what?
He amended it. Is you gonna add the amendment? Did he add it?
Commissioner Miller, was that motion with the additional stipulation added by Director Hand?
Yes.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. And that was second was made by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion on motion for approval with the additional stipulation added by Director Hand? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Reasons.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this plan review, subject to the revised staff conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Can you add my vote as a vote for approval as well, Janet?
Who said that?
I think Kansas City, Kansas Community College is one of the crown jewels of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. I started my college education there, and so I think this is an exciting project and will do great things for the community college. So I wish you the best of luck. And will this be heard again, Janet?
Yes, it will, sir.
This will be heard again, once again, on January 7th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Great. We appreciate the commission's support and the wonderful work of our developers. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Best wishes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is that it, Janet?
Yes, it is.
Gunnar, do you have anything else?
No, he doesn't.
Well, actually, no.
Oh, man, I almost had him out the door. No, you don't have anything, or you do? Okay, great. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Good work
Good
tonight.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Holidays, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Guys,
Bye.
have a good holiday.
Merry Christmas to all.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
And to all a good night.
That's right.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, my, good night.
At least they're fun.
Good work, everyone.